Ok. Mucho mejor. Vamos a hacer una pequeña prueba.
No te escuchan, no te escuchan porque así.
No, es que ya es acá.
Ok, eso no sirve de nada.
No, ahorita ya no. Perdón, vamos a hacer una prueba. Se conectó otro equipo en el IRIA. ¿Me escuchan bien?
¿Dónde está Carlos? Aquí está. Entonces, ¿quién habla? Es Miguel Espejel.
Sí, hola. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Sí, Miguel, te escuchamos perfectamente.
A ver, permíteme tantito, Francisco. Ahorita, ¿qué tal?
Aquí está toda la gente y te están oyendo todo lo que dices.
Está bien, nada más para hacer una prueba con el micrófono. ¿Me escuchas bien? Francisco, ¿te alcanza a escuchar bien desde aquí?
Acá en Inaue se escucha perfectamente.
Ok, gracias. Yo supongo que estaban ocupados. Y como es la misma señal en todos lados, pues muchas gracias.
Sí.
A ver, buenos días a todos los sitios remotos. Ahorita que acaben las pruebas, les voy a pedir de favor que pongan sus micrófonos en silencio, porque acá se escucha todo y además se escucha bastante fuerte.
Sí.
Perfecto.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Francisco. Entonces, ¿puedes confirmar que desde aquí me escuchas bien? Ok. Bueno, conectas todo y ya.
Buenos días, buenos días. Buenos días a todos. Aquí probando el audio de Ensenada.
Adelante, Ensenada, te escuchamos bien. Una vez que
Perfecto.
empiece las conferencias, nuevamente les pido que pongan sus micrófonos en silencio para no distraer al ponente ni a los participantes aquí en el Auditorio Pishmish en Ciudad Universitaria.
Está muy bien,
Gracias.
Francisco. ¿Puedes confirmar que se escucha bien el audio de Lidia, por favor? ¿O alguien de otra sede? Yo supongo que sí.
Así, súper. ¿Y un pocket guide? Pues para mostrarse. Bueno. ¿Me escuchan? Sí. Ok. Súper. Ya son las 9 y cachito. Esperamos unos minutitos más. Qué bueno que están todos aquí. Y listos para aprender sobre James Webb. Que hay muchas cosas. Ya sé, solo hablo yo. Así. También era para que aseguráramos que nos escuchan en las otras sedes otra vez. Ok, perfecto. No, yo voy ahí.
A ver, última prueba para los sitios remotos. ¿Me confirman quiénes están, por favor? Miguel Espejel, ¿nos escuchas?
Te escucho, el Instituto de Radioastronomía y Astrofísica, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, sí, te escucho.
Ah, ok, gracias.
Cambio fuera.
Inaue, escuchamos perfecto.
Gracias. Cambio fuera. Ensenada está por ahí. Ok, cambio y fuera a todos los sitios remotos. Ya estamos esperando, en unos momentos más comenzamos.
Bueno, vamos a empezar con las cosas técnicas. ¿Alguien no habla español? ¿Me escuchan? Lo primero, aquí, para los que no son de CU, hay unos teléfonos de emergencia en el campus, si le quieren tomar foto o bajar la presentación, ahorita les digo dónde. Los bomberos, servicios de emergencia, etcétera. Esto es de referencia para ustedes mientras están aquí estos 2 días. Si suena la alarma, la salida de emergencia para las personas que están en la parte de enfrente del auditorio es por aquí, y las personas que están atrás tienen que salir y ya sea salgan por donde estaba el registro y las puertas de cristal, o suban las escaleras y salgan por la puerta de enfrente, que es por donde entraron. ¿Okay? Supongo que eso no hay dudas. Y ya. Entonces, te doy esta.
Buenos días, bienvenidos. Yo soy Silvia Torres, de aquí del Instituto de Astronomía. Les quiero dar la bienvenida a todos los locales, a los de la familia y a los de la familia extendida que están en toda la República. Nos da mucho gusto que estén aquí. Este es un esfuerzo que han organizado Gilén, Omaira y Aida. Se me va el nombre, pero sí lo tengo, todavía me acuerdo. Y creo que es muy importante que estemos todos atentos de cómo poder proceder para pedir tiempo de telescopio, para operar el telescopio James Webb, que está a punto de ser lanzado y que ha sido pospuesto varias ocasiones, pero creo que es una gran oportunidad el conocer las opciones que hay. Las opciones, la técnica es bastante latoso. Si el telescopio espacial, el JWST, era latoso, me imagino que el James Webb ha de ser 10 veces peor. Pero vale la pena, es importante, y además es importante que lo conozcamos y entonces nos demos cuenta que sí podemos participar en proyectos, sí podemos participar en apoyar, en hacer investigación, y creo que es muy importante que ustedes estén aquí. El esfuerzo de estas 3 jóvenes se lo agradecemos muchísimo, y pues mucha suerte y que aprendamos todos. Yo también me voy a poner a aprender, y que podamos tener proyectos exitosos, que algunos, ojalá y alguno que otro logre cruzar la barrera de potencial y sea aceptado y tenga éxito y tenga resultados maravillosos. Mucho éxito.
Gracias, Silvia. Bueno, entonces, ay, sí, perdón, yo estoy aquí, me quito un poquito. The rest of the workshop is going to be in English. If you have questions, you can ask them in English or Spanish, it doesn't matter. This is in general because we're not sure if everybody speaks Spanish fluently enough, and there's a lot of material that is mostly, yes, I do have a mic. Okay. No, it's okay. This is part of it. I didn't say anything important except that I'm going to speak in English, and that was obvious. Okay. The first thing is part of what Silvia already said. The organizing committee is myself, Gilén Gómez Maqueocheu, del Instituto de Astronomía aquí en CU. I work on stars and exoplanets. Then it's Omaira González Martín. Do you want to stand up so everybody knows who you are? From El Iria. And she does AGNs. And then there's Aida Wooford from El Instituto de Ensenada, and works on massive stars and star formation galaxies, and has a lot of experience with HST. The second thing is we would like to acknowledge all the help that we've received in the organization of this workshop. Firstly, to Space Telescope Science Institute, who made a call for us that we submitted a proposal so that we could teach the community here in Mexico about James Webb. As well, la Coordinación de la Investigación Científica en UNAM, who gave us all the resources to have you over. And of course, to our institutes, el Instituto de Astronomía, el Instituto de Radioastronomía y Astrofísica, y el Instituto Nacional de Astrofísica Óptica y Electrónica, and all the support that we've received, both locally and in organizing all the teleconferences, which has not been trivial. And of course, our directors who have really supported us in this endeavor. and all the technical stuff that make happen, that you have internet and electricity cables, etc. Okay, I would also like to thank our external collaborators that are in the external sites. And that's Ana Luisa González Morán en el INAOE, Jacopo Fritz en el IRIA, y Elena Jiménez Bailón en Ensenada. And finally, Joel Sánchez Bermúdez is going to give one of the talks in the workshop. All the rest of the talks are going to be given by us three. Okay, firstly, I would like to mention briefly the code of conduct of the workshop. You have received this in the welcome email, and I will go through it briefly. Basically, all participants should be treated and will treat others with respect. They will not discriminate or be discriminated against for all those reasons and more. And they will use the facilities responsibly, and they will be ethical. And with this, I mean they will cite, no plagiarisms, and they will respect the ideas of others. And this is basically important because if we are working toward working together and having proposals together, then we need to acknowledge the participation and input from the rest of the people in our team. And in this case, it's all of us. Okay, now I know you were asking, how do I get access to the internet? This is a workshop. We're going to be doing things on your computers. Hopefully all of you installed everything. There are 45 Ethernet cables throughout this auditorium. So if you're having trouble with the Wi-Fi, go and find the closest cable to you. There's not enough for everybody, but okay. If we can get at least 45 of you on the Ethernet cable, those are 45 people that are not on the Wi-Fi. For the local participants, please connect to Astros. Okay, this is a different access point than what we have for the people that are visiting. So make sure that you're plugged into the Astros network. We have 25 connections only for the first half of the auditorium. And that is the username and password. And then we have another 55 connections for the second half of the auditorium. So as you can see, we have about one of these, either Wi-Fi or Ethernet connection per participant that we expect. So please only use one. Disconnect your phones, okay? If you want to check your phone, either use your data or use El Colaboradores IA, okay? That way, we have access to all the tools that we need online, okay? Please, be mindful. Okay, there are 12 electrical sockets per line. Right now, we're not full. We expect more people to arrive throughout the day. Again, there are 14 seats per seat, so don't plug everything. Just be mindful of the people around you and whether they have to plug in their computers. All of our talks are going to be in this repository, and you can download both this talk, the pocket guide, the agenda from here. It's bit.ly/WHST-MX, okay? And you will go in here, you will see the PDF versions of all of this. Some of our talks have links embedded within, so that you don't have to write down the entire website in the 1 second that we put that slide up, okay? So you can download it and you can click directly on the PDF so you can go into the links. Okay, so that's it. I don't know if you have any questions. There was one more thing and I left at the end of the talk. I'm just gonna put it up. And it was about the questions. Okay, as you might have realized as you were installing all the things we asked you to install in the welcome email, we are going to cover a lot of material during these 2 days. So when do I ask questions? This is for you. So this workshop is for us as a community to understand what James Webb Space Telescope is able to do for us. Mm-hmm. Pueden entrar a revisar, a que sea nada más de ver. Okay, they've told us that the repository link doesn't work. So we're gonna fix this while I keep talking. Well, somebody else is gonna fix it. In your case, it's working? Ah, ya sé qué es. Ok. ¿No se puede? Sí. Tú eres de Liria. Sí, es eso. Es eso. Pero él tiene cuenta de Astros. Okay, we're gonna fix it. We'll let you know when it's fixed and then you can try again. All right, so we have to cover a lot of material. So the way that we're going to do this is that in the talks where we're just going over theory, then we will have the question sessions at the end. And in the practical parts, then we will be interacting. This is so that we can have that we're able to cover everything that we have to cover, but also so that people that are not on site then also have access to us and to ask the questions that they might have. Okay, and well, this was at the end of my talk initially, so that's why it says remember, but I moved it to the beginning. And we will have a dedicated help desk session with Space Telescope on Tuesday from 2 to 16 hours, well, from 2 to 4. And this, normally, when you ask a question on the help desk, they have a 2-day turnaround to reply. And in this case, because we're having a masterclass, then they're going to be replying live. So if you have any specific questions that we're not able to answer, then write them down, and then we will have access to somebody at the help desk during this time so we can ask them directly. Okay, so I've been told that it works now. Can you try? Yes, I can give you the link again. Yeah, okay. Can somebody that doesn't have an astrounam.mx account tell me if they can access it? ¿Sí? Ok, perfecto. ¿Qué pasó? Porque ya es el fin de mi presentación. No, a las 9:15 empezaba esta. No, esta. Sí. Miriam, ¿quieres decir algo? ¿No? ¿Ya no? Ok, perfecto. Sí, es que como íbamos tarde y estamos... ¿no? Ya empezamos porque... Okay, I don't know if there are questions about how it's going to work. Now is the time. No? En las otras sedes? I mean, in the other sites? Okay. All right. So, then you're ready. Ahora mismo no. I'm going to assume that for the people that are not in Ciudad Universitaria, if I ask if you have questions and I don't hear anything, then that means no. You don't have to open the mic and just tell me no. We are going to make sure that you have, that there's time for you to ask your questions. Okay, so let's begin. ¿No? ¿Nadie? ¿Preguntas? No, perfecto. En el no pueden entrar aquí. ¿Del Zoom? Ana Luisa? Sí, ok, perfecto. We changed the configuration of the link, so you should all have access to it now. Okay, so the first thing on the agenda is this introduction to the masterclass. In here, we're going to talk about what we expect, how it's going to work. We're going to look briefly at the agenda. The first thing that we want you all to know is that we are not experts. We are here to introduce James Webb Space Telescope to you and the community, the tools, and to facilitate the learning process. We will answer your questions to the best of our ability. And if we don't know, we will help you find the resources where we can figure it out. But in the end, the final authority on James Webb is JDox, the help desk, and the JWST science website. This is very important because nobody is an expert in James Webb except the people that have been developing all the tools. Nobody has used it yet. And there is a lot of material. So ask your questions, but also maybe we don't know what the answer is. This is the one that I was going to tell you to write down your questions because we have a dedicated session on the help desk. Don't forget, because there are going to be very specific technical questions maybe that we don't know, and then we can ask them directly and they can help us, including the visibility tool problem that you told me before. Okay, so the aims of this workshop, this masterclass, is to introduce JWST to the community in Mexico and to kick off the JWST Cycle 1 proposals. What does that mean? That we will provide guidance toward preparing the proposals, and we will discuss potential science cases that we can put in together as a community. We have a commitment to support you in the process of submitting the proposal, but please do not leave it to the last minute because we're going to be writing our own proposals, okay? So we can help you to an extent. The Cycle 1 call for proposals was released in January 23, 2020, so a few weeks ago. The deadline, this is for all of us, is on May 1st at 8 p.m. in Eastern Daylight Time. There's a link to where the call for proposals is. NASA aims to launch James Webb on the 30th of March of 2021, and Cycle 1 will start 6 months after the launch. The first 6 months are for commissioning and characterization of the system in space. Cycle 1 will have a duration of 1 year, and the call for proposals is for general observer proposals, which is GEO. We will talk about GEO throughout the workshop. And archival research, AR programs. There is already time during Cycle 1 that has been allocated for the Guaranteed Time Observations, GTO, and the Director Discretionary Early Release Science, ERS. Sometimes we only call it ERS, it's the Early Release Science. So what we care about really here is the General Observer proposals, where there's going to be 6,000 hours available and allocated in these 3 kinds of programs. 3,500 hours for the small programs, which means that they have less than 25 hours of observations. 1,500 hours for medium program that have between 25 and 75 hours of observations, and large programs about 1,000 hours where there's more than 75 hours requested. Okay, and I already said that they already have time allocated. Okay, so I'll go over what the JWST general science policies are. I'm just going to mention them. There's no time for us to go into detail, but if you click on the link, then you're able to go to every single one of them. JWST has policies for how overheads are counted. This means that we are used to requesting observing time, and we have overheads for the readout and for pointing and things like this. But in this case, overheads and time accounting policies also include some time that's charged to a particular program as an overhead for the calibration of James Webb. So they're charging individual projects an overhead so that they can have enough time to do the calibration and the maintenance, of course. Duplicate observations policy, and we'll talk about them later in more in detail. The science parallel observations policies and guidelines. The observing program modification policy and policies for the telescope time review board. Also about the target of opportunity program activation. And in general, the NASA Science Mission Directorate policies and guidelines for operations of James Webb and Space Telescope, at Space Telescope. Okay, so the agenda looks like this. You must have seen it before. I will go through, we are currently at the introduction to the masterclass, and the important things are the coffee break that you already saw outside, okay? It's going to be there between 8:30 to 3:30, so make sure you get your coffee after lunch if this is what you need. And it's going to be right there. You'll also add those that came through that. The second important thing is that there's going to be lunch for all the registered participants, and it's going to be in this patio on the side. We took into consideration your eating, how do you say? Constraints. I'm not gonna use the word kindly given to me by an audience member. I make another, I point out this the help desk time. This is important. We couldn't schedule it on a time on its own, so it's going to be during lunch on Tuesday, okay? So one of us is going to be with our account on the help desk, and you come look, after you eat, of course, or well, before, I don't care. Come to us, and then we can ask the question. There's going to be science discussions on the afternoon of Tuesday, and we ask you to choose a subject, a general subject, and we're going to have parallel sessions for these. This is the registration subjects that you put into the form, and we're going to have 3 parallel sessions. We're going to join stars and stellar astrophysics and planetary systems and astrobiology into one. I have to admit, I requested this. And we will have interstellar medium local universe, and then another one for galaxies and cosmology. Okay, we will let you know where the discussions are going to be. And I think this is it. I mean, I have the question slide that I forgot to move to the front, but this is it. I don't know if you have questions about, we are going to start at 9:30 tomorrow. In this version of the agenda, it's 9, but in the current agenda, it's 9:30. Okay, so the link that we sent to you via the email and that you have access in the repository is the one that is the most current agenda for the workshop. Questions? No? Todo súper bien. Okay, excellent. Y los demás, in the other places, I don't know if you have questions. No, no hace falta que nos aplaudan, nos van a ver durante 2 días completos. Y vamos a estar una y otra vez. A lo mejor al final. Había unos aquí.
Sí, aquí está.
Ah, ok. Gracias.
Recomiendo como lo tienes así.
Sí, pero cuando me lo ponía aquí.
Tiene mucho de mano, como mejor de mano.
Regular el volumen un poco para no tener que.
¿Uno de mano cómo irá? ¿O ponemos así?
Aida.
Aida.
De mano está bien.
¿Está bien de mano? Listo. ¿Tú de mano?
Perfecto.
En esta forma. Si lo caes, cae la voz.
¿Así? Hola, ¿sí me escuchan? ¿Qué tal? Para los que llegaron tarde, yo soy Aida Wofford del Instituto de Astronomía en Ensenada. Es un placer estar aquí y yo les voy a dar una vista panorámica sobre el James Webb. Ahora voy a pasar a inglés y comenzamos. Entonces, here is the content of my talk. I'm going to give you an introduction to the James Webb Space Telescope. I'm going to talk about the instruments and the observing modes. I am going to talk about the detectors because it's important for writing your proposal. I'm going to then introduce some concepts which are also important for writing your proposal, such as dithering, and I will explain what ETC, APT, and ancillary tools mean. So as an introduction to the James Webb Space Telescope, I'm going to show you a short video that you can watch later if you want. Okay, let's see if this works.
This is your telescope, an engineering marvel, an exploration powerhouse. Use it to look back in time and explore the first galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. To peer into atmospheres of planets orbiting the stars. It's your eyepiece to the uncharted, unknown, and unimagined. This is the largest, most complex, and challenging space telescope ever constructed. It will change our understanding of the universe and our place in it. The James Webb Space Telescope. Equipped with the largest primary mirror ever to be flown in space, at 6.5 meters, it's more than 6 times the size of the Hubble Space Telescope primary mirror. Webb's 4 cutting-edge infrared instruments and cameras operate at super cold temperatures. Temperatures colder than the surface of Pluto. Getting this cold is done with the help of the largest sun shield ever flown, a 5-layer, tennis court-sized sun shield that blocks heat from the sun, Earth, and moon. Webb will be the first telescope to detect light from the most distant galaxies in the universe. These first galaxies formed about 13.5 billion years ago, only 300 or so million years after the Big Bang. Webb carries advanced technologies to tackle some of the most fundamental questions about the universe. How did the first galaxies form and evolve? Are there chemical signatures of the building blocks of life on other worlds? Is our solar system unique? Launching such a large telescope into space is an incredible engineering challenge. Fully deployed, Webb is too large to fit inside any rocket fairing. Engineers designed it to be folded, like origami, to squeeze inside the European Space Agency's 5-meter diameter Ariane 5 rocket fairing. After launch, controllers on the ground deploy Webb remotely. Deployment is an intricate ballet. For nearly 3 weeks, controllers carefully unfold Webb. After this delicate dance, Webb's golden mirrors are precisely aligned using motors behind each hexagonal mirror segment, adjusting them to form one perfect mirror. Once the instruments are fully cooled, the exploration will begin. Webb is a technological challenge like no other, born of the efforts of thousands of people across the United States, Canada, and Europe. The James Webb Space Telescope is your telescope. Use it to explore, to challenge theories, to see sights yet unseen. It's yours to unfold the beauty and mystery in the universe and our place in it.
Bueno, y creo que ya entramos en materia con este video. Entonces, so I switch to English. Instruments and observing modes. So the telescope has 4 instruments: the mid-infrared instrument MIRI, the near-infrared camera NIRCam, the near-infrared spectrograph NIRSpec. It's important how you spell it because there are other NIRSpecs and NIRCams out there. near-infrared imager, and slitless spectrograph NIRIs. You have pocket guides, which give you the basic information of each one of these instruments, and you should have received them at registration. This pocket guide is also available online. You can download it. Please tell your colleagues. There are 10 observing modes with these 4 instruments: imaging, slit spectroscopy, wide field slitless spectroscopy, WFSS, high contrast imaging, integral field unit spectroscopy, multi-object spectroscopy, time series observations, moving target observations, parallel observations, and target of opportunity observations. So since I know that many of you are not familiar with some of these, I'm going to quickly go through the definitions of these observing modes. So imaging refers to direct imaging, taking a picture through a filter. Several James Webb instruments have imaging capabilities covering different fields of view and wavelengths. And these are NIRCam, with this wavelength coverage, NIRIS, but NIRIS can only be used in parallel with another instrument for imaging, and MIRI. So here's the focal plane of James Webb, and here are the imagers, or the instruments that you can use for imaging. NIRCam has 2 modules for direct imaging, and it has coronographic capabilities. Here's NIRIS, the one you can use in parallel mode, and MIRI has a main imager and also coronographic capabilities. Slit spectroscopy is when you use a narrow aperture in the optical path, and it's designed to allow light only from the intended scientific target onto the detector. And there are 2 instruments which have fixed slits, NIRSpec and MIRI. Wide field slitless spectroscopy is particular in that every source in the field results in dispersed spectra. Planning is required to mitigate overlapping spectra. And JWST provides this mode with NIRCam and NIRIS. And now I'm going to introduce this concept, if you're not familiar with what it is, GRISM. This is what James Webb uses to do slitless spectroscopy. And the figures show how a GRISM works. So here you have a diffraction grating. So it's this optical element with this periodic pattern. Light comes in and it splits the light. What a GRISM is a grating plus a prism. And so you have incoming light, and the prism refracts light back onto a straight path. Then there's high contrast imaging, which is used to obtain images of faint sources, companions, located near bright point sources, hosts. Typical hosts are stars or quasars, and companions include exoplanets, circumstellar structures of gas and dust, and luminous feeding zones around supermassive black holes. The instruments modes which offer high contrast imaging are NIRCam coronography, MIRI coronography, and NIRIS aperture masking interferometry. So we have experts here, I believe, on integral field spectroscopy. But if you don't know what it is, this is a method that combines imaging and spectroscopic capabilities to acquire spatially resolved 2-dimensional spectroscopy in a single astronomical exposure. This provides a powerful data set to study the characteristics of a wide variety of extended astronomical sources, including galaxies, nebulae, and crowded stellar fields. And 2 instruments on James Webb offer this capability, NIRSpec and MIRI MRS. Multi-object spectroscopy is used for simultaneous spectroscopy of multiple sources in a single exposure using NIRSpec's microshutter assembly. And we will have a dedicated talk on this mode. The difference with wide slitless spectroscopy, is that in this case, the sources are behind little doors, which are the shutters, and which you can open with the magnet. And so you only get the spectrum of the source behind the shutter. Time series observations provide a way to monitor time variable phenomena with observations optimized for detecting faint variations in flux over short or long timescales. Moving target observations enables to track and observe planets, satellites, and nearly all comets and asteroids more than 1 AU from the sun. James Webb offers the capabilities necessary for observing solar system moving targets with high sensitivity and spatial resolution through imaging, as well as low and medium resolution spectroscopy from 0.6 to 28.5 microns. Parallel observations refer to simultaneously operating more than a single science instrument, each viewing a different area of the JWST focal plane. For James Webb, there will be 2 basic modes of parallel operations: coordinated parallels and pure parallels. Some capabilities to use more than 1 science instrument simultaneously in parallel will be available for James Webb Cycle 1, not all combinations, just some. We will cover this in the afternoon. And additional instrument combinations may be offered in future cycles. And finally, target of opportunity. A target of opportunity for JWST observations refers to requested observations that are linked to an event, such as a supernova, that may occur at an unknown time. So now I'm going to go over the 4 instruments, and there will be dedicated talks on some of the instruments and the modes in more detail. So MIRI infrared instrument has 5 observing modes. MIRI imaging covers from 5.6 to 25.5 with this field of view in arcseconds. And there are these 9 filters. The imager field of view is this one for MIRI. Then there is coronographic imaging with a 4-quadrant phase mask. And there are 3 filters available for doing this, centered at these wavelengths, and this is the field of view in arcseconds. Okay, and these are the fields of view of the for this coronography, this type of coronography. And this is, you see these bars, this is they're called bars. And what you see behind is simulated PSF for this mode in each one of the filters. Questions at the end, please. So then there's another way of doing coronography, and this is with this other filter over this field of view. And so this is this is the field of view of that, for that. And this is, in this case, it's round mask. I'm not an expert. I think that's what it's called. Okay. So then we have low resolution spectroscopy with a fixed slit or in slitless mode. And I guess this is the slit size. Right. And so this is where the low resolution slitless position is. And so here you get an image of the source in all wavelengths available. And then this is what, if you need to use the slit, this is the size of the slit. Okay. So, and then finally, there is medium resolution spectroscopy, MRS, for this wavelength range. And there's an IFU mode. It will be covered in detail later. Okay. And so this is the field of view of the MIRI MRS. And there are 4 channels, and we will discuss that later. Second instrument is the near infrared camera, NIRCam. And again, 5 observing modes. Imaging is over this wavelength range. There are 2 channels, and these fields of view with gaps. This is the filter set for the short wavelength channel and the long wavelength channel, and this is in your pocket guide. So this is the NIRCam field of view. There are two modules that observe simultaneously, and the blue squares are the short wavelength channel, and the red squares are the long wavelength channel. And there's this gap between the two modules. And we'll do an exercise where we'll try to cover that gap with mosaicing this afternoon. And there's also coronographic imaging with NIRCam over these wavelengths with this field of view. And these are the available coronograph masks. So there are 3 round ones of different sizes and then bars. And these are the NIRCam filters for coronography. There's wide field slitless spectroscopy over this wavelength range and this field of view. And it says 2 because of the 2 modules. And then time series imaging. Right. And and there's also GRISM time series with NIRCam. Then there's the near-infrared imager and slitless spectrograph NIRIS. And so NIRIS enables to do wide field slitless spectroscopy. This is the wavelength coverage and the field of view. And so just to show you what it looks like, this is a direct image of this cluster of galaxies. And so with one GRISM, you will obtain a dispersed spectrum of each one of the sources in the image in one direction. And with the second GRISM, you get the spectral traces oriented in a different way. And this is to mitigate the fact that the traces may overlap. You can do single object slitless spectroscopy over this wavelength range. You can also do aperture masking interferometry, and I think that Joel is going to tell you how this is done tomorrow. And there is imaging, but only in parallel mode. And this is the NIRIS imaging filter set. And last but not least, my favorite instrument, near-infrared spectrograph, NIRSpec, which has 4 observing modes. So there's the multi-object, Hello? Can you hear me? Multi-object spectroscopy. Each shutter has this size in arc seconds. This is the first multi-object infrared spectrograph in space ever flown. So it looks like this. There are 4 quadrants, and each one of these, like gray or brownish little squares, are the shutters, the little doors, which you can open to obtain a spectrum of what's in this behind this shutter. And so you would see something like this, right, for the open shutters. The NIRSpec also has IFU capabilities over this field of view. Fixed slit. Actually, it has a set of fixed slits. These are the widths of those slits and their lengths. They're not very long. And this is what they look like on the mounting frame. So these are the slits. You see they're right here, and there's another one here. And so on an image, they would look like that. And with these slits, you need to select a grating, and I already explained what a grating is. And these are the gratings which are available with the slits, and they provide these nominal resolving powers. And finally, with NIRSpec, you can also do bright object time series. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about the detectors. So James Webb has instruments that work on two different regimes, near and mid-infrared. For the near-infrared, which covers this wavelength range, James Webb uses mercury cadmium telluride detectors. For the mid-infrared, it uses arsenic-doped silicon detectors. And these two detectors have very different readout electronics. And this is what you need to familiarize yourself for writing your proposal. So first, I want to explain the difference between a CCD and a James Webb detector. Unlike CCDs, the James Webb detectors use the up-the-ramp multi-accum method that samples and records the pixel signal multiple times as charge accumulates during an integration. Okay? And this is really cool, as you will see later. So like I said, there are several concepts that you will need to familiarize yourself prior to proposal preparation, which have to do with the multi-accum detection method. And so this is an illustration of this method. I'm not going to go over it in detail. I'm just going to mention the concepts that you need to understand to be able to write your proposal and improve your signal to noise and reduce the overhead. So you have what is called an exposure, which is made of one or more integrations. Each integration is formed by a group, and the group is formed by different frames. And there are some reset frames and some frames which are dropped. Okay, the last concept I'm going to introduce that some of you, especially students, may not have heard before is dithering. And dithering is a technique in which an observed astronomical scene position is moved by a small amount and then reobserved multiple times. So you observe, you move by a small amount, you reobserve, you move by a small amount, you reobserve. And when the resulting data is processed, the scene can be reconstructed without gaps or detector artifacts. And each instrument has its own strategy, and the dither parameters are by necessity instrument specific. And I'm mentioning this because with some exceptions, dithering is recommended for all James Webb observations because of how it improves the data products. So you will have to familiarize yourselves with this method. Okay, and to finish this presentation of the overview, I'm just going to mention what these acronyms mean because you're going to be hearing them over and over and over through this workshop. So ETC is the exposure time calculator. This is an online tool which performs signal to noise ratio calculations for all JWST observing modes, all 10 modes. And there will be a dedicated presentation and an exercise about the ETC. APT is the Astronomer proposal tool. That's a standalone GUI-based software package used by proposers to write, validate, and submit proposals for the James Webb Space Telescope. And there will be a dedicated presentation and an exercise. And you should all have downloaded these already. And finally, the ancillary tools are other software tools which are available to assist James Webb users as they investigate various proposal options for viability and ultimately to generate a proposal for submission to the James Webb time allocation process. And there will be dedicated presentations and follow-along exercises. So this is it. So now I want to take questions. I'm going to start maybe with the remote attendance. Are there any questions?
Déjame consigo un micrófono que sirva. Pero creo que aquí.
Okay, if not, and I will check again at the end of this question session, I'm going to take questions from the audience here at CEU. So, Carlos.
¿En español o en inglés?
En español.
cuando hablas de que tienen diferentes modos de lectura, ¿no? O sea, quiere decir que también los tiempos de overhead son diferentes si quieres hacer observaciones simultáneas con... O sea, vamos a ver. Podemos usar el NIRSpec y el NIRCam y el MIRI, pero tendríamos que considerar los diferentes tiempos de lectura y los diferentes tiempos de overhead. Entonces, pero todo eso lo maneja el APT o realmente lo tenemos que considerar.
No, el APT tiene ya los templates de las combinaciones que están permitidas para este ciclo, para observaciones en paralelo, y va a calcular de manera independiente el overhead para cada instrumento, y luego hay un botón que hay que oprimir para que se conecte toda la información, y lo vamos a ver. Vamos a hacer un ejercicio de cómo se hace eso. ¿Alguien más?
Sí, yo. No sé si esta sea la sesión para hacer esta pregunta, pero ¿qué tipo de ciencia haces con el Slitless Spectroscopy, el Multi-Object Spectroscopy y el IFU? O sea, supongo que va a haber trade-offs, ¿no? Pero como para qué usas esas, sobre todo, creo que el IFU lo entiendo, que son objetos extendidos, pero el Slitless contra el MOS.
Entonces, se me ocurre un ejemplo de slitless, es por ejemplo para encontrar galaxias a muy alto corrimiento al rojo, viendo inmediatamente cuáles tienen una línea de Lyman alfa, ¿no? O de alguna de las líneas ultravioletas de alta ionización que se ven a alto redshift, ¿no? Entonces tienes un campo grande y puedes encontrar galaxias, ¿no? Y el multiobjeto que funciona con el Microshutter Assembly, ahí puede ser, si tienes un campo denso y no quieres que te entre luz de todas tus estrellitas en ese campo, una región de formación estelar, por ejemplo, y quieres los espectros de las estrellas individuales en ese campo, sin que te entre luz de otras fuentes ahí, pues puedes usar las puertitas.
¿Y por qué ninguno de los dos casos usarías el IFU?
Porque el IFU te va a dar la espectroscopía 2D de el pedazo de galaxia que quieras observar, pero a lo mejor nada más quieres una estrella o 10 estrellitas bueno, no sé, tendría que pensarlo, ¿no? Hay trade-offs.
El campo de visión también, el campo de visión de IFU es muy, muy chiquitito.
Ok, gracias.
Ajá. Sí, gracias, Romero. ¿Alguien más? Sebastián.
Si no, también tienes que ver que en español o en inglés.
En español.
El slitless te lo mezcla todo, ¿no? Entonces, para buscar objetos, la gente que ha usado slitless antes con los prime focus y este tipo de cosas, no sé si saben de esto bastante, ¿no? Que para buscar objetos, como ha dicho Aida, es muy bueno, pero si quieres luego estudiar espacialmente resuelto un objeto, el slitless no es muy bueno porque te está mezclando todos los órdenes en una dirección. Vale.
Gracias. Pueden preguntar en español o en inglés, pero no pudimos traducir ese artículos técnicos al español. Sí, allá atrás.
Mira, tengo una pregunta acerca de los detectores que tienen un gap entre ellos. En la parte de espectroscopía, según el dibujo que vi aquí, la dirección de dispersión se ve afectada también por este gap, por un gap.
Sí, y entonces para cubrir el gap a través de dithering, por ejemplo. Sí, entonces usando dithering, el método de dithering, se puede cubrir el gap. Y hay templates que para cierto instrumento dicen cómo tiene que ser el dithering. Tú solamente escoges el patrón de dithering para que se pueda cubrir el gap, no tienes que pensar en él. Ajá. Bueno, no sé si entendí bien la pregunta.
Que el dithering es en la dirección espacial, o sea, ¿cómo vas a
En
mover?
cualquier dirección el dithering puede ser X o Y.
Ok.
Ajá.
O sea, puedes mover
a 2 puntos o a 4 puntos.
2 puntos o 4 puntos también en esa dirección.
Sí.
Nada más acerca de la forma en que están tomando la imagen. Tenías una imagen ahí que tomabas varias escenas o varios frames y tirabas algunos, entendí eso.
Sí.
¿Quitas siempre los mismos, o sea, el mismo orden? ¿Quitas o el que tú escoges o cómo se escoges?
Vas a quitar frames, por ejemplo, si te pega un rayo cósmico, leyendo la acumulación de carga. Ok, hay manera, por ejemplo, con este método de multiacum, de recuperar la tasa a la que te están llegando los fotones, aunque te pegue un rayo cósmico. Voy a dejar que lean más acerca de ello, pero puedes tirar los frames en donde pegó el rayo cósmico y recuperar los frames de ese grupo en donde todavía no pegaba el rayo cósmico. Entonces va a depender de la observación, ¿sí? Pero está todo muy bien explicado en los JDox. ¿El readout mode qué? Ah, sí, también depende del readout mode. Hay varios readout modes dependiendo del caso científico. ¿Sí? ¿Más preguntas? Ok. ¿Sí?
Preguntamos
Ajá. Los remotos, a lo mejor se les ocurrió una pregunta. No los escucho entonces. Ah, sí. No, muy bien. Veo que en el INAOE no tienen preguntas. Muy bien. Perfecto. Entonces, pues pasamos a la siguiente presentación.
Yo me lo pongo acá y como voy mirando para allá, no hay problema.
Voy a apagarle para que no se acaben las baterías porque esto va a ser un problema.
Sí. ¿Sabes cuál es mi problema? Que estoy muy lista y me vine haciendo ahí. Ah, ¿puede ser?
Hola.
Hola.
Una vez se lo pusimos allá atrás.
Sí. Yo que sí que he visto que lo hacen así.
Vale, ni se nota de hecho. Sí, es HDMI. Movemos como hacia acá. Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan? No, está apagado.
Es que ahí no se escucha. Con permiso. Ahí.
Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan? Necesito gritar. ¿Me escuchan más o menos? ¿No?
Ahorita no, ahorita yo lo subo allá.
Ah, le suben.
Yo lo subo allá.
Ah, súbale, por favor. Gracias. Pues en esta sesión no es muy importante, pero en la futura sí, porque necesito las dos manos para enseñarles cosas, así que... HDMI, sí. No hay problema. Debería mostrarlo. So, before I start, I don't know if I have to wait until they raise up the microphone. This is what I was trying to... Now, can you hear me? Great. So before I start, I would like to say two things. The first one is that this is a good opportunity to learn about James Webb, but this is also a good opportunity to talk with people that you are not talking along the year, because we have gathered people from different areas, and also from all the institutes in Mexico. So take the opportunity during coffee breaks or during the lunch to talk about your science. Maybe you can do some disciplinary work. And the second thing I have to do, and this is something I have to do, is to thank area people, raise hands. area people. A lot of people coming from area. It's always very nice to see how supportive they are to me. So I really want to say thanks. We are in the inscription, we are around 20 or something like that, or more than 20, which is more or less the same amount of people that comes from Instituto de Astronomía. Considering that we are moving from Morelia, that's great. So I'm going to talk, this is going to be just 10 or 15 minutes talk about proposal planning workflow, approved ERS proposals, and also GTO programs. Let me start with the proposal planning workflow. There is a link where you can go into all the details of this workflow. The idea here is to show you the amount of things that you have to do in order to submit that James Webb proposal. And I will take the advantage that we mainly cover all these aspects to just give you an idea of how the workshop is going to work for us. So this is the getting started guide. It starts just with the acknowledge of the deadline. It's going to be May 1st. We already said that. So it seems a lot of time, but in reality it's not. It's around 2 months that we have, but it's really it's an enormous amount of material that you have to cover, a lot of tools that you need to learn how to use it. And that takes a lot of time, so I strongly suggest you to start with the documentation already. So on Wednesday, I hope you all will be reading the 700 documents that James Webb has written in the last 10 to 15 years. So the first thing that you have to do is, as I was saying, become familiar with the James Webb capabilities, terminology, and documentation. Aida is going to talk just after me about that, how to access to the documents that are called JDox, but also there is a YouTube channel where you can find a lot of information. I really think that this is the best way to start with, and then read the documentation. And also you can always ask to the help desk, and we will show you how to do that too. Essentially, become familiar at the beginning will be to start reading about the instruments, MIRI, NIRCam, NIRSPEC, NIRIS. Also about the detector readout, we already heard from Aida about this technique of this detector mode, which is multi-accum, and also about a lot of tools. Give here just a few of them. The sensitivity JWST, the exposure time calculator tool ETC, the Astronomer proposal tool APT, the visibility tool JTBT, and the background tool JBT. So when you do that, after you read all these documents, you will be able to see that, to say at least what is the instrumental mode that you are interested in, or at least that. And after you do that, you continue reading documentation, because each instrumental mode, as we have been saying to you, has a peculiarity. So there is a lot of documentation focused on these instrumental modes. So you have to go and read about dithering in this instrumental mode, if it is suggested to make a target acquisition, how to do mosaicing if it's possible in your instrumental mode, if you need to select a superride, etc. And then there is a few documents on recommended strategies, and also science program examples that I will be talking tomorrow about how to access to this information too. So altogether, I will say it takes weeks to read all the documents and get familiar with the James Webb capabilities. So that's why I'm suggesting you to start right now. The third step is get our hands dirty and start to do things. And for that, the first step will be to see if our favorite object can be observed. We do that through the archive and some ancillary tools. Gillian is going to talk about that after coffee break. Essentially, we use the archive to see if there is a duplication, and if it will be a duplication in the observation of our target, and then several tools, the visibility, GTVT, the sensitivity, and the background tools. As I said, Gillian is going to give you a brief introduction on how to use these tools. So if your object can be observed, and you are certain about that, the next step will be to go to the monster, the exposure time calculator, to determine the observing parameters. I will give you a hands-on session about that after coffee break. Essentially, you will cover how to define a scene or a scenario, how to include your instrument and instrumental mode, and then how to perform the calculation with the ETC of James Webb, and how to adjust the parameters to obtain the signal to noise that you want to achieve. If my voice is shaking, it's because I'm very cold. Okay, so if you already have your parameters to observe the object, the next step is to go to and prepare your proposal through the Astronomer's proposal tool, the APT. Aida is going to talk about that also just before lunch. And this covers general proposal information, information on your targets, instrumental setups, and also special requirements if you need them. If your object can be scheduled using the business planner, and also there is a way to try to reduce overheads. We know James Webb overheads are quite large. And there is a tool which is called Smart Accounting that helps you to reduce these overheads. And after we cover all these general tools, what we plan to do is to focus on several instrumental modes, and we will be having hands-on sessions on each of these topics I'm showing you here: Mosaicking and Parallels, Integral Field Spectroscopy, NISPEC Multi-Object Spectroscopy, Wide Field Slit Spectroscopy, Time Series, Moving Targets, and High Contrast Imaging. Many of them are covered by Aida and Jen, and I would like to highlight and acknowledge the fact that high contrast image is going to be, Joel is going to help us, Joel is going to help us with that. And if you don't forget, we are scientists, so we do science. Still, after you do that, you need to cover the fact that you need to write a proposal. So to write proposal, Aida already explained a bit, and it's gonna, there is a template in the web page, in the call for proposal of James Webb, that you can download. It's essentially what you have to write is a scientific and technical justification. If required, you also have to write something about special requirements. Also, if you plan to do coordinated parallel observation, or if your object is already asked for. And there is another section, which is analysis plan, that is only for archival research. And after you do that, you have a PDF that you upload to the APT, and this is the way you submit a proposal in James Webb. It's essentially the same than in Hubble Space Telescope. So the thing that you have to do after that is just to wait. You have to wait for two things. The first one is just an automatic acknowledge of receipt. You should receive it as soon as you press the button. And within the next 72 hours, you should receive an additional email saying that your proposal was successfully processed. If you don't receive that, please, you should contact the help desk, because only this successfully processed proposal will reach the panels. And if your proposal is approved, and we all know that all our proposals are going to get the approval, the final stage is that an iteration with the James Webb staff members to make some fine-tuning on your strategies to make it more realistic. And let me move to the early release science. This is the web page where you can find all the information about the early release science. Essentially, this was to boost the James Webb Space Telescope full science potential, and therefore STSCI's and James Webb Advisory Committee developed a director discretionary early release science program. Well, after the launch, it's going to be, as we already said, it's going to be 6 months of James Webb commissioning. Right after that, and during the first 5 months, is where James Webb early release science proposals are going to be observed. The selection of this early release science was made in 2007, so that's already settled. It has 6 categories and 13 proposals. Something important to take into account is that all these proposals do not have a proprietary time, so you can already, this cycle asks for archival data proposal using this data. Let me go fast through the 6 categories. There is one in the solar system. These 2 proposals within the planets and planet formation category. Another one in stellar populations, another 3 in stellar physics, 2 more in massive black holes under host galaxies, and 4 in galaxies and intergalactic medium. You can have access through the web page to all the information about this proposal. Just expanding some of these sections, you can see, for instance, the abstract. And what about guaranteed time observations? As you know, well, guaranteed time programs are designed to reward scientists who helped with the James Webb development. It could be hardware, software, or any technical or interdisciplinary knowledge for the observatory. Essentially, they are gonna spend 16% of the time during the first 3 cycles. It covers all these, I think, 10 categories. And also, there are some of these projects that do not have proprietary time, so you can also ask for archival data proposals. In order to know which of them are in this category, you should see this. Where's the pointer? You should see this symbol next to the proposal name. And I don't have time to go through all the proposals, but you can access to all the information of these GTOs also from the web page. And that's all from my side. If you have questions, or other sites maybe have questions.
What about joint observations with other satellites?
Well, I don't know. I don't think right now, no? No,
I don't remember exactly, but I think that not for cycle 1.
Not for cycle 1, for future
because
cycles.
It depends on schedule, how easy it is to schedule, and they're restricting the programs that have less restrictions because they still don't know when the launch is going to be exactly. And then, so for the preparation, what I remember I read is this.
With HST, I'm sure about that, but I don't think.
But I think that
not for cycle 1 is what I believe.
So,
as far as I know, there are no joint proposals, but you can submit an HST proposal in preparation to your James Webb proposal. For instance, to use a near-spec micro shutter assembly, you need a very high relative astrometric accuracy. And so you need an HST image of your sources to plan for your James Webb observations. Okay, but that's not a joint proposal. It's you have to compete for time on HST to get the imaging, and then you have to compete for James Webb time to get the spectroscopy, for instance.
In the case of an opportunity object, it will be the same process to submit a proposal, because typically if you get, well, in few
I can answer this. Yes, you need to be assigned or allocated time, even if you don't know exactly what target you're going to be observing or what is the specifications of, I don't know, exposure time, things like this. Okay, so okay, there are two kinds of TO proposals. One that has a 2-day turnaround. So once the observation is triggered, then it takes about 2 days to schedule it. And it has a very large overhead because of this, because it's disruptive to the rest of the scheduling. And then there's another one that is a 14-day period turnaround, and that has less overheads, but of course this is not suitable for oral science. Other questions? Inaoe, Ensenada, Morelia.
Y aquí hay una pregunta.
Así, adelante. No se escucha. ¿Se pueden acercar al micrófono, por favor? Sí, hay una persona en el auditorio en Ensenada, yo la vi.
In order to apply for a proposal, do you have to be affiliated to any institution?
So,
I mean, you have to be from an
a U.S. institution. So no, as for Hubble.
That's in general or for archival?
No, so in general, to get allocated time, you don't need to be in a U.S. institution. You can be anywhere, and this is why we're doing this. To get money for your proposal, which is what people in the U.S. receive for every allocation, even if it's time or archival programs, then you do have to have a U.S. affiliation.
No,
or a European one. Or a COI?
Not sure
No, because the money cannot be used elsewhere. So money is only allocated for the U.S.
Should be U.S. based.
No, you can have a COI in the proposal, and the money goes through him, and the money can
Okay.
Exactly, but the money goes to that institution specifically.
And it cannot go to Mexico. It should be to travel to U.S.
And it has to be, and it has...
we were discussing the other day about the archival proposals,
yes.
Just how it could affect our community, no? And we thought that the only case is to have a PI in US that asks for this archival proposal, and the money goes to a postdoc, for instance. So you can hire a postdoc from Mexico to go to US to work on that archival proposal.
Exactly.
The only restrictions in country in all NASA is...
Can you speak into the microphone so other...
Y la única restricción de NASA que tienen es que no sean solo chinos y de Estados Unidos. Es la única restricción en cualquier satélite de NASA. O sea, si hay un tercer país, se puede, no importa de qué institución sea.
Gracias. Aquí.
Gracias. ¿Hay alguna política para saber si eres propietario de los datos por algún tiempo? ¿Van a ser datos públicos? ¿En cuánto tiempo?
It used to be 1 year, ¿no? Suele ser 1 año, ya no sé ni qué idioma, necesito café.
Ahorita ya casi.
Es 1 año de propiedad.
Para los de Cycle 1.
Para los de Cycle 1.
Sí, voy a verificar eso porque si es como HST son 6 meses. No me acuerdo si son 6 meses o 1 año. Voy a checarlo y te...
HST es un año a partir de que te dan los datos.
Sí.
No, ya no.
¿Ya no?
Ya son 6 meses.
6 meses, pero a partir de que te dan los datos, ¿no?
Sí, a partir de que te dan los datos, 6 meses.
Me parece que los programas largos tienen otro tipo de propiedad respecto a los programas generales. Igual estás hablando de programas largos. Yo estoy hablando de programas generales.
¿Alguna otra pregunta aquí en el auditorio o en alguna de las otras sedes?
Algunos de los programas largos de mucho tiempo están abiertos inmediatamente porque esa es parte, o sea, para conseguir que les den todo ese tiempo, tienen que ofrecer que están inmediatamente abiertos al público.
Los legacy projects.
Estoy hablando para los grandes
Exacto.
proyectos, pero no sé si eso se aplique al James Webb. Pero
aplica a los de ERS, ¿no? La Early Release Science, que van a ser públicos desde el primer momento que se observe, ¿no? Pero no en general.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿No? Ok.
¿El micrófono?
Para un momentito.
Para que me oiga todo el país. Hay una página aquí, no sé si está extemporánea, pero aquí dice JWST Call for Proposals for Cycle 1. Proposals that require observations from both JWST and HST can submit a single proposal in response to this call to request time on both observatories. This avoids the double jeopardy of having to submit proposals to 2 separate reviews.
Ok, disculpa.
Okay.
Disculpa. De nada, de nada. No lo sabía.
Excellent.
Ok, aquí dice baseline
Hemos tenido
period
tiempo
for
de leer los
exclusive
60
access
artículos,
to
pero
your...
no el llamamiento de las propuestas. Se ve.
Aquí ya lo encontré. Baseline period for exclusive access to your JWST data is 1 year.
1 year.
As for HST and other missions.
Okay, I'm glad we're working on this together. Porque sí que es un montón de información. Bueno,
¿Qué hora es?
súper a tiempo, gracias.
Muy bien. Entonces,
Un segundo, que me quito esto, no vaya.
Como quieras.
yo prefiero usar este. Muy bien. Entonces, ahora vamos a hablar de los recursos que hay para que ustedes no se pierdan en el laberinto de mandar una propuesta con James Webb. So, help resources. Oh, ok. Entonces, muy bien. Déjenme, bueno, está bien. En esta plática les voy a hablar del I'm going to talk about the JWST documentation system, JDox, the context-sensitive help in APT, the video tutorials, the search and targeted search, and the help desk. So, no, it's okay. So I'm gonna talk first about JWST documentation system, JDox. So there are 700 articles in this JDox, lots of places to enter, lots of places to exit, lots of decisions to make along the way. But they've made a great job at STSCI to provide a map and provide directions. So JDox is online, and the general JDox page includes a top banner, and then there are these quick links where you can download the pocket guide. There is also a navigation sidebar, and there is a master sitemap. Every article is listed, sorted by category, coherence. They're in chronological order. And when you click on something, it highlights your position on the page tree. And then this is what a main article looks like. and it has an introduction, table of contents, and then main text. And there are also references and the latest upgrades and publishing info at the bottom of the main article. And there is a footnote that will have some important help links and the contributors to the article. So I'm going to talk now about instrument pages. So they give you an overview of the instrument, of the various observing modes with that instrument, of the instrumentation and hardware, instrument-specific instructions for operations, dithering, target acquisition. They tell you about the performance, the bright limits, the sensitivity. It gives you links to APT templates, how to fill out specific boxes with APT for each observing mode. It gives you observing strategies. I recommend you to go and look at observing strategies on how to optimize your observations in terms of signal-to-noise ratio and minimize the overheads. And there are also example science programs, and these are example programs explained from start to finish with accompanying ETC workbooks and APT files to get you started. We're going to go over the items on this menu on the left. So there's the general proposing planning workflow here. It's highlighted, which gives you accessibility from quick links. There's no single way to write a proposal. So you'll have your own style of doing this, but you can follow some of the suggestions. And the aims of this section is to give you a recommended workflow. And please become familiar with the call for proposals and policy, the JWST exposure times, methods and roadmaps, instrument-specific pages, the observing strategies, and the example science programs. Okay, JWST recommended observing strategies. This article aims to help observers make informed choices based on the latest test data when preparing their programs. James Webb offers a broad array of instruments and observing modes covering from 0.6 to 28.5 microns. Even though observers have to use predefined templates, there are a variety of ways in which an observer can plan for taking data. Specific aspects like detector usage and planning for background corrections ought to be properly considered for obtaining good data quality. So these pages provide you with links to various instrument-specific articles that offer advice to observers for selecting the observing parameters. And so for each instrument, you have a dedicated strategy page. Then there are the example science programs. So like I said, they are explained from start to finish. They have an accompanying ETC workbook, an APT file to get you started. The workbooks are accessed via the ETC, which is the online exposure time calculator, and the APT files are accessible via the APT tool, which you should have downloaded. Okay. So this is how to access the example science programs from APT. So this is the main APT window, and if you go here to File, JWST Example Programs, you will see that there are for different instruments, and you can select one, okay? And this is very helpful to look at. Okay, I think I'm not gonna go over this. You can look at this PDF later about the proposal workflow. You can access it from the quick links and the sidebar. And then, okay, there's a section on target visibility that explains the duplication policy. Don't write your proposal if you can't observe it. There's a visibility checker. That's one of the very first things you need to do. Can I see my target? And then the backgrounds are different in the infrared, so use your background tool to check if your target is observable, given the background. Okay, so the ETC can help you determine your exposure parameters, and we'll have a whole session on this. And we will also have a session on APT. There are articles on this in the JDox as well. And like I said, there are APT observation templates. And so you see what the article looks like here. So the APT observation templates are a set of instructions for each instrument observing mode. It defines each template variable, and it offers related links and advice for making decisions. Right. There is also context-sensitive help in APT. What does this mean? It means that when you go on APT, this is the main APT window, you will see that some words are in blue. And if you click on those words, it will take you to the JDoc article that that corresponds to that word. There are also JWST video tutorials, and they go anywhere from 5 minutes to a whole hour, and they're extremely well done, and they teach you how to do stuff. And you can access the list of video tutorials through the JDox, or by going to this website. The videos are on YouTube. And so here is, for instance, the list of all the videos. So there are videos on, there's a JDoc overview, there are APT and Aladdin video help, ETC video help, and then for some of the instruments which are very, very complex, like the near-spec micro shutter assembly, that there are also videos, and there are also what they call legacy APT and Aladdin video videos. Okay, so then what? Yeah, so you can also, of course, from Google, just type JWST YouTube channel, and it will lead you to the JWST YouTube channel, where you can also see the list of videos. JWST Observer is what you need to put on Google. Okay, now I'm going to tell you what search and targeted search are. So thus far, you just click on the items on the menu on the left in JDox. But if you can't find in that menu what you're looking for, there is, of course, a search field in JDox. And so you can write specifically what you're looking for, and you're going to get a lot of information. Hopefully, you'll find what you want. Sometimes Google works better, and it's easier to use. You just Google JWST near-spec IFU, and it will find it. And just verify that it's the site from STSCI. Okay. Right. So this is the summary of this presentation. JDox is now live with over 700 articles published, and it contains the GTO call for proposals and the ERS call for proposals. Of course, those have been already allocated. And then there's the cycle one, geo call for proposals. That's where you can go to look at it. And so JDox includes instrumentation documentation, pipeline documentation, proposal workflow information, context-sensitive help. It explains what it is, ETC, APT, and other tools, articles, science use cases, observing techniques and strategies, instrument best practices, reduction pipeline, and instructional help videos. That's it. Oh, no, wait. I've forgotten the help desk. Sorry. Very important. The JWST help desk. So what is this? This requires, no, it does not require you to have a MyST account. No, it does require you to have a MyST account, sorry. So you will log in with your MyST account, which hopefully you all have now. And it will lead you, after logging in, to a page that looks like that. Okay, and there are two main ways of using this interface, web interface. So the first one is here. You just write a question and it returns both JDox and knowledge base articles, okay, which you can access also this way. Okay, and this is what will happen if you type, you will get something like this, okay? All right, I think I'm gonna skip over this to go here. The other way is to go here, get help, okay? And this will actually connect you with a real person, but there is something that you need to be familiar with, and it's that when you click on that button, get help, you will see this, okay? And these buttons correspond to different topics, so APT support, ETC support, etc. So it makes, on their side, helping you much easier, okay? And so, for instance, if you click on MIRI support, then what happens is that, this just explains what that card that you clicked on is. And what is going to happen is you're going to get this little survey that asks you, does these requests contain information that is proprietary and needs to remain private? So you answer yes or no, and then you write the subject of your help question, and then you can upload a workbook from the ETC. Maybe there's a problem on the ETCs. You can send them the workbook so that they can look at it and see where the problem is. Your calculation IDs, we'll go over what that is during the practice session. And then you describe what the problem is with words here in description, and you give them the email address of others that you want to notify. It could be collaborators or other people that need to be notified about this issue. And you can add attachments as well, your own attachments. And then you click submit, and this creates a ticket. And so on top of the page, you're going to see my open tickets. And in this example, there are 7 open tickets. You have asked for help 7 times. And you can see what your requests have been. And when you get an answer, you will get an email notifying you that you have your question has been answered. Or if you go into this page, you will also be able to see that if it has been answered or no. And the answer will appear in the form of a chat where you will see your question. So this is Jessica and Stacy, and one of them is the help desk person, and the other one is the scientist who asked the question. Okay? And tomorrow's help desk session is going to be using this interface. So I'm going to connect myself with somebody over there, but they're going to be live. They're not live usually, but just for the workshop, they're going to be live to answer technical questions that you may have. Okay. Yeah, these details about the answers. Then some more things about this web page, the help desk web page. There are announcements here in this section of the page. For instance, ETC 1.4 has been released. Yeah, this is just expanding the announcements. And, oh no, sorry, this is something else. This is the terms of service. Of course, you're going to be interacting with a person, and they have terms of service that outline the expectations for both the user and us. So please read them carefully before you interact with a person at STSCI. Okay, this is what the terms of service look like. And yeah, workshop support is what we're gonna have tomorrow. So this concludes my presentation on all the resources that are available when you are trying to design your proposal and write your proposal. And of course, like we said, Yelena, Mayra, and I are here to try to help you with your proposals, but don't wait until the end, please. Okay, thank you.
¿Preguntas?
¿Preguntas de los remotos?
Fue súper claro lo de los JDox.
ya
Cuando
quieren
los
café.
empiecen a leer van a tener más preguntas. Bueno.
Más tiempo para el café.
Allí, Jacopo, ¿preguntas en el IRIA? No, en el INAOE.
Ya dijeron que no, en Ensenada.
En Ensenada.
Okay, súper, gracias.
Demasiado temprano. Ok, muy bien, pues café, ¿no?
Nos vamos para el café.
Y vuelven a las... ¿A qué horas vuelven? ¿Dónde está el café? Vuelven a las 11:45, por favor. Ah, no, 11:45.
Edilberto. Edilberto.
Bueno. Hola, Abraham.
Hola, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, sí te escucho.
¿Muy malo o muy fuerte? Muy,
De
muy
hecho,
fuerte con J.
¿Mandé?
Muy fuerte, pero con J. Fuerte.
Ah, bueno. Ok. Sí,
¿Ya se
nada más
escucha
quería
bien?
saber por qué. Sí, sí se escucha.
Vale, pues aquí estamos. Realizada tu
Sí,
prueba.
Abraham. Ok, muchas gracias.
No hay por
Perfecto.
qué, Edilberto. ¿Algo más?
Está bien así, gracias.
Vale, de todos modos, cualquier cosa ya sabemos nuestro canal personal.
Sí, claro que sí.
Voy a cambiar
Dale.
pilas a este aparatito.
Ok, claro que sí. Sale.
Yo creo que voy a hablar con esto. ¿Se escucha? ¡Ay! Ahí está. ¿Será que estaba bajado el volumen? Ya vamos a empezar. ¿Me escuchan? Sí. ¿Se escuchan bajito? Se escucha súper bajito. Entonces, a lo mejor hay que subirle un poquito al volumen. A ver. Ah, ahí está un poquito más alto. ¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan? No, no quiten el aire, por favor. Y es que si lo quitamos luego se vicia el aire. Ok, yo no voy a encargarme de eso porque por mí que se quede así para siempre. Entonces, alguien más. Supongo que a los de soporte. Sí, a mí me encanta esto, así que yo me puse una bufanda. James, ¿qué? ¿Qué es JDox? Es verdad, no hablamos de eso.
James Webb fue un administrador de la NASA, muy importante, que estuvo... ¿Sí escuchaste la respuesta? Ok.
Sobre toda la exploración espacial y acabas amando a James Webb. Entonces yo les sugiero que vean esa serie de HBO. Al rato les doy el nombre.
Ok,
No, aquí
antes de comenzar, me piden el número de personas que van a ir al karaoke mañana, por si no saben, a las 7 de la noche mañana en el restaurante El Centenario 107, 7 de la noche, Centenario 107. Organizamos un karaoke para finalizar las propuestas de James Webb.
Que cantar.
Levanten su mano el que piense asistir, por favor, porque les tenemos que avisar.
Ok, a ver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uy, es un montón. Son como 25. También se vale no cantar por todos aquellos que están dudando. Como 25. Yo voy a la barra de eso. Sí, yo voy con Omaira. Y aparte la comida es rica. Esa ya no se las vamos a dar. Cada quien compra la suya. Muy buenos mezcales. Tiene una carta de mezcales.
Pregunté quién iba a cantar, no quién iba. Muy bien, entonces.
No, la pregunta era quién va, no importa quién cante. ¿No? Bueno, pues seguimos. Espero que hayan tenido esta hora para como interiorizar alguna de la información que les dimos durante las primeras 2 horas. Vamos a empezar con los Ancillary Tools. Y bueno, yo supongo que las demás sedes ya están ahí y de lo contrario, pues avísenme en este momento. Ok, bueno, entonces ya voy a hablar en inglés. The first thing is that even though we've spoken about the ETC and the APT a lot, they're not the only tools that are required for preparing the proposal for JWST. The ancillary tools, there we'll have a quick overview. This part of the talk is going to be more hands-on. Unfortunately, we don't have time to really do in-depth tests of every ancillary tool, but we will definitely use the general target visibility tool, or JWST_GTVT. Okay, so if you want to get your computers out and start getting your terminal ready while I'll do the introduction, feel free. The ancillary tools are useful for doing the preliminary work. The point of these tools are so that we can assess whether your idea is feasible, not only if your target is observable, because that's one thing, but also if you can get the required signal to noise of your observation for the science that you're looking for. And these are independent of the APT and the ETC that you definitely need and require to submit a proposal. So in the end, these are for exploration purpose only, and you're going to have to use the ETC and APT once you decide that it's observable, that is reasonable, and that is feasible, okay? So what are the ancillary tools? They are standalone tools that allow to check target visibility, as I said, whether James Webb is going to be able to observe them. To investigate sensitivity to the infrared background, so especially for the very faint objects, then you're going to be background dominated, then you need to know whether this is going to affect your observations or not. And to assess sensitivity and feasibility of the observations. Can you do, in reasonable exposure times, can you get the signal to noise ratio that you need for your science? I'm also going to talk a little bit about the duplication process at the end. This is not necessarily an ancillary tool, but this is definitely something you have to do at the beginning so that you don't figure this out when you're trying to submit your proposal and it says, wait, it's going to be rejected straight away. Okay, so the first things are the target visibility tools. So in this case, TVTS. I put a link to the JDox where it explains the target visibility tools right here. If you open the PDF, you can click on it and it will take you to the JDox where you can read in more detail everything that I'm telling you. James Webb can observe the entire sky, but not at the same time. So it's restricted by its orbit. It's going to be in an L2 orbit where we have the sun, and it's going to be able to observe a torus around the dark side of James Webb. It can only observe here where you can see this is the sun, the anti-sun, and this purple shaded area. It's what the STSI call the field of regard, which is basically where James Webb can point to. At any one time, about 40% of the celestial sphere is available for JWST observations. And of course, and this is pretty obvious if you think about it, the field of regard moves about 1 degree per day along the ecliptic equator. So, if your observations are not restricted by time or by position angle, you probably do not need the visibility tools, okay? But if you do, for example, time series photometry or for moving targets, then the position, of course, is very important. And this is a crucial part of your proposal planning. Estoy tratando de no ser muy duro por los demás. No, tengo agua, gracias. También bronquitis, ese es el problema. Bueno, entonces el target visibility tools are separated in 3 types. And in this talk, we're going to concentrate on the general target visibility tool, which is a command line tool that has outputs as text and as files. And that can be saved, either one, but you can also only print them out in the command line. And it gives you visibility of the target and position angle for that target versus time for all instruments for which JWST can observe. Okay, so the moving target visibility tool is based off the general target visibility tool, and it's also a command line tool, but it has links to the JPL Horizons database. This is the place where JPL keeps the ephemeride for the solar system targets up to date. And importantly, where STSI is going to have the JWS orbit up to date. In particular, for the moving target subjects, because they're in the solar system, they're very, very close to us. They do not move with the celestial sphere. So then exactly where JWST is going to be on their orbit is very important. So I think every 21 days, they're going to update the orbit of JWST so that it has the best orbit and it can give you real visibility of your targets with it.
And then we have the coronographic visibility tool, CVT. Again, all of these are links, and it will take you to the JDox of the specific visibility tool. This is a GUI, a graphical interface tool with MIRI. For the MIRI and NIRCam coronographic modes that we spoke about and introduced earlier today. All the tools provide the ecliptic coordinates of each target for reference, because James Webb is going to be on the ecliptic, and thus its visibility is dependent on where it is. Okay, so you're ready, right, for the first practical thing you're going to have to do today. For those that were not able to install the JWST_GTVT program, I have the screenshots of when I ran it in my presentation. So even if you're not able to do it yourself and see what pops up, then you can still follow along in this presentation. Okay? So the first thing is that you need to activate Astroconda in case you didn't. You also, I am showing you the output of the help of this command, and I will go through the different options so that you know what we're doing. In reality, when you call it, the only thing that it absolutely needs to work, is for you to call the tool and to give it positional arguments, right ascension and declination. Simplest thing. Now, all the other things and the RA and DEC have to be at the end of the call. All the other things are optional, and I'll try to explain. So the first one is H or help, and this is what comes up. I'm showing you. The second one is this V3. I removed this slide from the presentation. Well, I'm going to explain. Let me see. I have a skipped slide that I think now is important because ahí la van a ver ahí. Okay, why do we need the target visibility tools? I need you to understand these two angles. Okay, we have the sun, the sunlight, we have the sun shield, and we saw it in the first video where it's going to open. And then we have the telescope over here on the dark side. Okay, I need you to know that V1, those are reference to the telescope itself, are going to be the pointing position of the telescope. And V3 is going to be relative to the position angle of the telescope, and thus the position angle on the images. Okay, I will put this in the PDF that you're going to have to download again after this talk. Because it's not there right now. ¿Dónde está el play? Aquí. Okay, we already did this, so this is where we're at. Okay. I needed you to tell you because if you require a specific position angle, then this is the optional command that you need. Then we have these two flags that allow us to save the output. Otherwise, it opens an image, and we'll see the image in a little bit, that it's interactive. So it uses matplotlib, and you can zoom in or zoom out or whatever you want. You can save subsections of it. But if you wanted to save into a plot, then you have to use the save plot and put the name of the file that you wanted to save. And the same thing, it has the same information that it's plotted. You can save it as a text file with this command, save table. By default, GTV gives you all the instruments. It gives you 6 windows, and there are instruments on JWST. If you want only a specific instrument, then you can give it a command, and it will give you 1 plot instead of 6. And finally, if you want the file and the plot to have the name of your object, then you can put it with this command. And you can also specify the start and end of the observation period where you want the visibility to be plotted. Okay? All right, so then open a terminal activate Astroconda. You can go to Simban to get your favorite target. I mean, I have an example for Polaris because it was the first thing I thought when I was doing this. And I have the call. JWST underscore GTVT, and then the RA index of Polaris. It has to be in this format or in degrees in both RA and DEC. I'm asking it to, I'm giving it a name, and I'm asking it to only save the table into this text file, okay? I'm gonna give you some time. Unless you keep going, I can keep going.
¿Nada más las coordenadas o también?
No, nada más. The only thing that you need to give this visibility tool is the RA index. ¿Y ya te mandó una grafiquita? Ah, sí, perfecto. Ok, super. I keep going. You need time? You need to tell me otherwise. I don't know where you are at. Bueno, Omaira and Aida are going to be walking around while I'm continuing the talk. In case you have specific questions, maybe they can help you. Otherwise, you can ask me, of course. And this the same goes for Elinao and Ensenada, Morelia, okay? Just let me know. Bueno, all of this. No le gustó. ¿Activaste la Astroconda? Sí.
Bueno, acá me falta Conda, o sea, tiene que estar en...
Ah, es que estás en IRAF. Tienes que salirte del environment de IRAF y entrar al de Astroconda. Aquí lo regreso si quieres. ¿Ya? Sí. Okay, so this is the output of running the command line. Okay. ¿Qué pasó? Es bit. The repository is bit.ly/JWST-MX. Entonces, this is the output of that general visibility tool or target visibility tool. And what we're looking at is the available position angle as a function of time. So you can see it goes from January 2020 to July 2023. And it gives me the name that I gave the command line and the RA index for which is testing this. These lines are when your object is visible by James Webb, and specifically at this position angle, okay, that B3 that I was talking about earlier. As you can see, most of the instruments are very similar in B3. This is the position angle for the instrument versus the position angle of the telescope, the instrumental one. So you can see they're very similar except for near spec. And that is because if you remember one of the talks before, that is the instrument that is looking elsewhere, the one that you can use for parallel observations. Okay, so if you want to observe this target in January of next year, even though James Webb is not going to be there. Okay, I'm going to change it. In January of 2023. If you want to observe Polaris, you're going to be able to observe it at about 100 in position angle in degrees on this time. Okay, so it's very restricted. In this case, it's very restricted. Basically, you get one position angle for those RA index. There is not a lot of movement, and that has to do because James Webb cannot move a lot in one of the axes.
But for example, for near spec, you can see that the line is a little bit thicker. This means that there's a wider range of position angles for near cam. You should also have seen, if you saved it into a text file, that we have the same information that we have in the plot in this text file, and basically gives us this is like the summary in the windows that it's looking at, and then it gives us the 6 columns of position angle versus time of observability of this target. And the target is right here. Do you have questions at this moment before I move to the next one? I know this is really quickly, but if we don't do this, then we don't have time to go through most of the things. Does anybody have questions? No. En Ensenada, Morelia, Illinois. Tampoco. Contamos hasta 5. Ah, ahí viene alguien. ¿Hay preguntas? No. Ok, bueno, entonces seguimos. Okay, so that is the general visibility tool. This is the only one we're going to see of the visibility tools. We are now going to talk about the background tool. So why do we care about this? We care because in the near infrared, we have contributions in the background from many sources. These, of course, are models. Once James Webb is in space, they were going to be able to characterize this. And this is part of the commissioning plan to really know what is the contribution from the spacecraft at different wavelengths and as a function of orbit or time. So what we have here is the total IR background in black. And then we have the different contributions, interstellar medium, zodiacal light, straight light, and the thermal. Thermal basically is James Webb itself. As you can see, at shorter wavelengths, we are dominated by the zodiacal light. And at longer wavelengths, we're dominated by the thermal contribution from the telescope. The zodiacal light is time variable. And this, if you're trying to measure something that is very precise and it's background dominated, then it's a problem, right? So part of this tools is allows you to model this so you can have an idea of how much of a problem is the background for your observations. So you can, the tool, and we'll see, I'll show you an output of it in a little bit, allows for background limited observations to be scheduled at times where there is the low background, but it produces additional constraints on scheduling, okay? So even if it's visible, regardless of P angle, your object is visible throughout the year, it might only be visible for a small fraction of that when the background is low. Okay, so the JWST background tools, or JBT, is a command line tool that accesses the JWST background models. Low background requirement, of course, as I said, impacts whether you can schedule your observations or not. But also, this tool allows you to retrieve the background intensity spectra, the plot I just showed you, and their components, so that you know how you're being affected. I'm going to show you like this, and you can try it in your computers if you want to, but I will have it on the screen for those that do not have it. So again, let's start with JWST backgrounds help, and what we get is this. So the first thing is the usage. In this case, is the same. We need the call, the optional things that we'll talk about in a bit, RA and DEC, of course, because it depends on where you're pointing at, and the wavelength at which you want to observe. Then the options are the help that we already talked about, and this is important. So the threshold in this case, and you call it like this, it has a default value of 1.1. This means that you want to observe within the 10% of your minimum background for this object, then it restricts the observations to this. And I will show you a little bit more. a plot where it'll be more obvious. But of course, if you're looking at something that is very, very faint, then you're going to you want the background to be as low as possible. If you're observing something that is not as faint, then you have more of a range of backgrounds that you can use. Then this is the day in which you want to extract the background, because as I said, it's variable. And this flag shows you all the components. So in the plot that I gave you, otherwise it would give you, and this in the bathtub plot, I'll show it to you in a bit. So the components are basically all the colors from the previous plot that I showed you. And finally, these two are similar to the other one. It says save the plot to a file, save the output into a text file. So here's an example for the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, where I'm asking it to give me the background on this day of the year, to show me the contributions. These are the area deck of the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, and this is the wavelength in microns, okay? So I'm asking it to give it to me at 4.4 microns. You can, the 4.4 is the wavelength. Let's see. Because if you remember the plot, and I'll show it again, it depends on what wavelength you're observing, how is your background dominating? Here. You don't have to. So I first tried without the day, and then it told me you can only observe it on this day. So this is the way that it gave me the plot, and then I just used it in the call afterwards. But you can try without.
Esto tiene que ser las coordenadas en grados, ¿verdad? No te lo acepta.
No, creo que no. No estoy segura. ¿Tú lo intentaste en hexadecimal y no pudiste? Ok. Entonces, en este call, que es el backgrounds, las coordenadas tienen que estar en grados. No se puede en hexadecimal como en las visibility tools. Yo nomás lo intenté así, tengo que admitir. Okay. So the output of this is, again, because I told it to say, no, I didn't say to save, but this tool saves it into a text file automatically. You don't need to tell it. And I think it's called backgrounds.txt. But here it gives you, once you run it, it gives you, these coordinates are observable by JWST 196 days per year. And for 82 of those days, the background is 1.1 times the minimum background at the wavelength of 4.4 microns, okay? So if you're successful in running it, you should have something like this. Afterwards, you will also have this plot that I already showed you and explained to you. ¿Te saca? At least one person did this. ¿Sí? Okay.
¿Por qué el background depende solo del día de calendario?
Todos los modelos hasta ahorita están hechos en el laboratorio. Entonces va a depender en dónde estás volteando. Después van a poder hacer modelos más in-flight models, que es como les llaman. Una vez que esté James Webb en el espacio, van a poder hacer un modelo térmico y así más real. Y entonces lo que van a hacer es dar acceso a esta herramienta que está ahí abajo, debajo de la gráfica, para que tengan esos modelos más elaborados.
O sea que cuando ya está en el espacio separado.
Sí. Sí, porque aquí lo único es
pues esto es así como se comporta en el laboratorio, es como lo esperamos, pero en el espacio, pues no sé. Ok. Me preguntaban que si, ¿por qué dependía del día del año el background? Entonces, no solo te da esto, este lo guarda automáticamente y saca la gráfica, pero también una vez que cierran esa gráfica les aparece otra, que es este. So this one we call the Space Telescope calls the bathtub curve. Okay, bathtub, porque es como la tina, ¿ok? Así, imagínenselo. Es una tina. Bathtub. So what we have here is the background emission at that given wavelength that we asked the program to run. So in this case, 4.4 microns as a function of the day of the year. And what we have in blue is the total contribution of the background. And then because we use the flag, because we use this flag, the show sub backgrounds, then we have these other contributions, okay? And you can see that at 4.4 microns, the contribution from the zodiacal light is the most important, okay? So here's where the threshold becomes important. The part of the year where you cannot observe this object with James Webb then doesn't have any information, okay? Only when it's observable it's when you get background information. These lines that you should also have in your plot represent the bottom one, the minimum background level for the coordinates. And the second one, the minimum background level times the threshold. This is how it's defined. So as you can see, this is the same 82 good days out of 196 days observable for threshold 1.1. Of course, if we change the threshold to a higher value, then it will be observable at a within that threshold for more days. And here, 82 good days mean basically this range in dates, okay? When is those RA and DEC observable between the minimum background and 1.1 of the minimum background? You need this information, and it's very important. When you are restricting your observations for a low background and specify a range of dates for your observation because of background, then you will need information from this tool to justify in the APT, okay? Otherwise, you need to say, I ran the background ancillary tool, and this is the observation period that is accessible, or the end that is required for my samples. So this is also an output automatically saved in background versus day TXT, and it's basically this, but it's only for the total background count. So in the plot is the blue. All right, next one, ready? Now we're gonna talk about the sensitivity and feasibility observations. This is the tool. It's an interactive tool. It's a web page, and here's the website. They call it JWST because it's JWST Interactive Sensitivity Tool. And what it does is it's allow for signal to noise exploration or exposure time. It's very important to note that this JWST uses simplifying assumptions so that it can be more interactive. So it's only to give you an idea of whether you can observe and attain a certain signal to noise ratio for your object, but in the end, you will need the ETC, and that is the absolute value and what you will need for your proposal. This is only for exploration, okay? Preliminary exploration. So this is what the website looks like. You can choose between magnitudes or flux. You can change the magnitude. Obviously, here I chose magnitudes in AD magnitudes and 23.7. And you can choose an exposure time, and you can use the instruments and the observing mode that you want to explore. So for this magnitude and this exposure time, that is almost 500 seconds, then you get a signal to noise ratio as a function of wavelength. And each of these are the different filters. If you open your pocket guide and go to the mirroring imaging, you will see what the filters are. And it gives you what is the kind of signal to noise ratio that you would get for each of these filters given this source. Okay, then this is an example of when you use one of the spectroscopy modes, observing modes. In this case, I chose near spec with a fixed slit. And as you can see, I changed the exposure time a little bit when I was playing with it as I was preparing this. So now it's not 500 seconds, but it's about 80 seconds. And you can see that it gives you the signal to noise ratio along the wavelength range that is observed with that instrument mode, okay? These are the different ratings that you get and things that they're in the pocketbook and that Aida already introduced. Okay, this is it for GIST. So if you have a question about this, now is the time. Or we go to the duplication, okay? This is not an ancillary tool, but it's definitely something that we need to do. The first thing that we need to talk about is what is duplication? What does it constitute? JWST has a policy in JDox that defines duplication, and you can go read it by clicking on this link. And I'm going to summarize it for you right now. What it says is that targets are not protected, so multiple people can look at the same targets. However, the observations are protected against unjustified, and this is important, which is why I underlined it, duplications. So this means that you can observe one target with an instrument in an instrument mode to get some sort of science, but somebody else wants to observe the same target for a different science or for a different instrument mode, then this is completely acceptable, okay? If you try to do the same mode and the same instrument for the same thing, then this is where it's duplication. So either the same source, well, it's the combination of everything, right? So the same sort of field, the same or similar instrument, the same mode or template, a similar exposure time or signal to noise ratio requirement. And for spectra, similar resolution and or significant overlap in the wavelength coverage. Basically, it means you can do the same kind of science with those observations. Then this is a potential either duplication or a potential duplication. Now, if you identify potential duplication of your targets for your proposal before you write it, of course, you need to justify it very clearly in the proposal why you think it's not a direct duplication and these observations are required. For example, and this is the case for programs that have already been accepted either by ERS or GTO time, but for which the details are not known yet. They will get time, and when they find the target, then it's potential duplication, okay? You need to be very clear about this in your proposals. If you think that you have an overlap, then make sure you explain it in the proposal because it's your responsibility as a proposer whether it's duplication or a potential duplication. Otherwise, it can get rejected directly, okay? You want to look at this early on so that you don't write a proposal, do all the APT, all the ETC, everything, and then it turns out that you cannot observe it. Even after proposal acceptance, STSI will perform a more detailed check for all the proposals that are scheduled, and then it may come up in that time that there is a duplication, and they will contact the people that they should. Okay, so how do I do this? How do I check whether there's duplication? For cycle 1 proposals, it's relatively easy because there's already GO time and ERS time to compare against, and they are all public. All the cases are public. All the observation information
that is already defined is public. So one way to do it, if you go on the Mass Data Discovery portal, which is this, you then can choose a target. Here, I clicked on random target, so you can do the same. This is random search. And if you go to project, you can see in this case, it gives me all the information that they have on MAST. Okay, not only JWST, but here it has TESS, PSI, AIS, GIA. So the JWST is not here. Well, great. This means that we can observe it. We can propose to do this target. Okay. So what does it look like when there is GTO time or ERS time? Well, here I looked for TRAPPIST-1, which I knew they were going to observe, so that I could show you a counterexample. Here, as you can see, there is JWST, and I can click on it, and it shows me only the JWST scheduled observations. So what you need to do is go look at the instruments and see what kind of instruments and modes they're proposing to do. Now, MAST doesn't have all the information. In this case, it only gives you the instrument, but as you know, because we already spoke about it earlier, there are many instrument modes and observing strategies. So you need to make a note of the proposal ID. And here I just scroll to the side, okay? And until you find the column that says proposal ID, and it has these numbers. Okay, once you do this, you write it down, and you go to the APT, and you'll learn a lot more about the APT in a little bit. So you need to go to APT and get the proposal with its ID. So you go to File in APT, and this is, you can open it now. Retrieve to STSI, retrieve using a proposal ID, and then you just put in, I put 1177, which was the first one, and this is what I get, okay? I get what they're trying to do with this proposal, and then I can go into the different details of the observations to really understand what is the instrument mode, what is the exposure times, what is the signal to noise that they require. Everything is going to be here, and you need to study those and decide on whether the observations you want are duplication or not. Okay, so this is the end of the ancillary tools, and we'll go on to the APT and ETC. Sí. Questions? Sebastián. Espera que vayamos por allá.
Can you repeat just a second how to look for a target that is scheduled?
Of course. Okay. So here, in this case, we found JWST. Then I clicked on that so that I only get the James Webb observations or proposed observations. Here's where you have the instrument, and then you can slide the column because it has lots of columns that are not visible until you find the one that says proposal ID. You can either click on that link, but when I tried doing this weekend, it didn't work on my computer. So then I'm showing you the other thing, the other way.
But it's, well, I don't know who is responsible. En español o en inglés.
Como quieras.
Perdón. Dice, no, o sea, lo veo muy complicado para una cosa que realmente te puede rechazar una propuesta. O sea, yo no sé si hay alguna manera de comunicarse con el Space Telescope diciendo, ustedes deberían de tener, si es una conexión con Sinbad o yo qué sé, pones el nombre de una fuente y de repente te diga, eso ya no se puede observar en ese modo. Porque a lo mejor tú mandas 20 objetos y uno ya lo ha observado otra persona, o sea...
Pero Sebastián es tan complejo y hay tantos modos y tantas características que depende mucho de la función que quiera hacer cada cual. Por eso hay que ir a APT a ver exactamente qué va.
Además tiene que coincidir exactamente la FIE.
Sí, claro.
No es solo el objeto. ¿Quieres hablar? Es fácil
O sea,
de
la
ver.
probabilidad de que esto, pase
okay.
en realidad no es tan alta. ¿no? O sea, puede pasar.
Bueno, a veces hay targets que tienen un propósito muy específico, ¿no? Entonces acaban solapando. Pero ciertamente que vayan a observar el target no significa que se vaya a hacer la ciencia que tú quieras hacer. Y para eso pues hay que tener mucho control sobre los modos de observación y también sobre la sensibilidad que van a obtener. Para eso el ETC es muy importante. Entonces,
bueno, Tomás, si se va a observar para hacer la misma ciencia y tal, va a ser público en algún momento también, ¿no?
Ah, sí, por supuesto.
¿No?
Al año.
Yo recuerdo con el OPC de la ESO.
En este caso, en algunos casos de estos menos, ¿no?
En el OPC de la ESO se daban estos casos concretos y entonces se creaban nichos donde la gente era prácticamente propietaria de un caso científico con un objeto, ¿no? El centro galáctico, por ejemplo, sabemos quién tiene la bandera ahí en medio, ¿no? Y entonces siempre había discusiones muy serias sobre y si otro grupo quiere corroborar lo que se está observando, no sé, bueno, ya sé que es una cosa de política.
Los satélites tienen muy controlado esto del tiempo propietario, pasan todas las longitudes de onda, ¿no? Yo conozco infrarrojo medio, pero también te puedo hablar de rayos X. El tiempo propietario expira y automáticamente, y nadie le tiene que dar un botón, pasa un archivo. Y ahí es público. Y en otras longitudes de onda, pues los que van a utilizar los datos tienen la delicadeza de preguntar al PI si le importa. En rayos X, por ejemplo, con los satélites nunca preguntamos. O sea, los datos están en el archivo, me da igual si fue ayer cuando los pusieron, son públicos. Esa es mi policy, que he vivido de archivos toda mi vida.
Sí, yo coincido contigo. Si yo lo veo al revés, yo lo veo que la probabilidad de que haya que no lo veo sencillo. Bueno, ya está, no es culpa vuestra, evidentemente. Me parece complicado tener que ir todas las propuestas ahí.
De acuerdo, pero Space Telescope fue muy claro en el sentido de que en muchas partes de la documentación realmente hacen hincapié de que es responsabilidad de la persona que propone revisar. Ellos de todos modos van a hacer una revisión más detallada una vez que ya tengan todos los detalles de las observaciones, pero sí que pone el burden en los proposers. No sé cómo se dice. La responsabilidad. I think en Ensenada tenían una pregunta, vi que alguien se levantó, pero te doy el micrófono ahorita.
Hola, ¿nos escuchan?
Sí.
¿Qué tal? No, nada más era una sugerencia que cuando hagan preguntas se presenten. Este es Jesús González desde Ensenada, nada más para irnos conociendo, ¿ok?
Ok. Bueno, me parece una buena idea. Nadie lo conoce. Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Sí, eran dos comentarios.
En el INAOE, ¿tienen preguntas?
Sí. Queremos, ¿cómo lo hicieron? Se metieron a esa página más y estamos aquí adentro, pero en el objeto que le ponen NGC 5047, no nos dan las opciones que ustedes están.
No, es que luego cambié de objeto. Entonces, si en lugar de ese objeto buscas TRAPPIST 1, ya salen las opciones de que está programadas observaciones con James Webb.
Ok. Bueno, entonces vamos a cambiar de objeto.
No escuché.
Está bien.
¿Está caída el MAST? Ahorita MAST no funciona, por cierto. Es que yo pues hice capturas de pantallas para mostrarlo y no perder mucho tiempo porque hay mucha información. Espera, ¿va Gloria?
Muy rápido. Cuando tienes un target de variable, entonces la justificación de por qué regresas es la variabilidad,
de acuerdo,
aun cuando lo vas a observar con el mismo instrumento.
Sí, y eso es uno de los casos de duplication que ellos consideran que es justificado, y es por eso que lo que es no justificado es que nada más lo observes porque sí, otra vez, pero si es algo que varía en el tiempo, pues sí que está justificado por la ciencia. Sí, así y luego así, ¿ok?
Carlos Román aquí en CEU. Una cosa que es importante es recomiendan bastante revisar las propuestas aceptadas, o sea, todos los abstracts de las propuestas del Early Release Science ya están publicados con los abstracts, los nombres de los objetos. O sea, es una manera muy rápida, pero también es una manera muy rápida de checar el tipo de ciencia que uno quiere hacer. Por ejemplo, es claro que va a haber quien quiera observar estrellas enanas tipo L, ¿no? O sea, porque es un tema
Porque
importante.
no se ven desde
o
la Tierra.
Quiere observar los exoplanetas de no sé qué estrella. O sea, es obvio que va a haber cosas como muy obvias, ¿no? Entonces, fíjense, en el Early Release Science ya hay varios temas que ya han sido tocados, como temas muy obvios, ¿no? Entonces, pues ahí también se tiene que pensar qué es lo que realmente puedo proponer como que sea novedoso, ¿no?
De acuerdo.
Sí, una pregunta rápida. En los archivos, los datos que ya han, bueno, que ya habrán, más bien, ya vendrán reducidos todo. Y hay un pipeline.
Hay pipelines
Entonces
para para todos los modos.
Para todos los modos. Ok. Entonces uno no tiene que rehacer la reducción o...
Yo supongo que va a depender. Todavía no sé.
No se sabe todavía.
Yo creo que es que igual en la ESO te dan la reducción, pero no necesariamente la vas a usar.
Ok, bueno.
Yo quiero agregar de lo que dijo Gloria, hay que especificar, a mí me ha tocado estar en estos paneles y hay que especificar por qué está pidiendo de nuevo las observaciones, porque aunque diga uno que es variable, pero no dice por qué está poniéndonos las...
Hay que hacerlo explícito.
Es inmediata el rechazo.
Sí. Ok, hay una pregunta allá atrás. Ya llego, porque no sé dónde está el otro micro. No, porque hay otras sedes que quieren escuchar tu pregunta también.
Saliéndose de lo político un poco, rozando lo técnico, ¿qué tan confiable es el modelo de background para la Vía Láctea? Porque el ejemplo que está en la página web, pues no sé qué coordenadas sean, pero el ISM no importa, ¿no? Y para los que queremos hacer como que Vía Láctea, pues el ISM, la contribución de ISM supongo que se vuelve importante, ¿no? Entonces, ¿en qué está basado? ¿Qué resolución tiene? ¿Qué tan confiable? O sea, ¿nos lo creemos a ciegas?
No, claro, no te creas nada a ciegas. Pero, eso en general, no solo en esta pregunta. No me acuerdo cómo lo hizo, pero seguro que en la documentación viene cómo lo hicieron.
¿De quién fue la pregunta?
Podemos tomarlo para nuestra propuesta como si fuera...
Para la propuesta lo tomas así y supongo que si tienes algo que está muy limitado por el background, pues de todos modos vas a tener que justificar, ¿no? Entonces ahí puedes poner que dependes de realmente qué bueno sea el background tool y los modelos que ellos nos dan. Hay una pregunta aquí enfrente.
Es algo muy rápido. Cuando haya riesgo de que dupliques quieras observar la misma fuente, ¿tienes que indicar en qué propuesta se observó o nada más?
Sí, tienes que justificar. O sea, eso es lo que hablaba del potential duplication. O sea, tienes que decir, o como dijo Jesús, tienes que ser explícito.
Sí, das tus motivos de por qué lo quieres, científicos, etcétera, etcétera. Pero tienes que decir, ¿se observó en la propuesta número tal, o simplemente ya se observó anteriormente?
Yo lo pondría nada más. Sí, yo también. Yo lo pondría. O sea, no dice explícitamente qué tienes que agregar, pero yo pondría todo.
¿Y cómo se diferencian?
¿Te lo pongo igual?
Sí, por favor.
Okay, can you hear me now? We are quite late, in fact. I'm not saying that to blame Gillian, but because I want to measure myself, because I have prepared a talk that I don't know how it's gonna take. So I will stop after 1 hour of speaking. This is, in practice, it's gonna be a very hands-on session. I'm going to give you 10 minutes or so about the complexity of ETC, and then we will play with the ETC online. I will try to show you most of the aspects that I have learned. Probably there are more, because it's quite versatile tool. But I have put in my mind, I have put all the stuff that is mandatory at the beginning. So if we still miss some of the things that I want to show you at the end, hopefully are the less useful ones for you. So exposure time calculator. As you know, well, an exposure time calculator performs signal-to-noise ratio calculation for, in this case, for all James Webb observing modes. The difference between this ETC and all the ETCs that I've seen before is the unpresent versatility. I'm showing you here an example of what I mean with versatility. You define your scene, your scenario that you have in mind that you want to evaluate or compute your signal-to-noise ratio. And this can be very complex. I'm giving you here an example. I don't know where is the pointer, but at some point. Where you can put extended sources together with point light, and you can put as many sources as you wish. And then, depending on your instrumental mode, as we have seen, there are a lot of instrumental modes. You can get your simulation of what you expect from James Webb. And here, 2 examples of that. This means there is a lot of options in the ETC. What about the scene? The scenario can be one source or several of them. You can define the shape and offset of the source. Here, an example of 2 kind of galaxies, one separated from the other. Also, there is a lot of inputs from the spectrum that you expect. It could be flat, power law, black body, but you can also upload uploaded spectra from stars like HST standard stars. You can also upload some galaxy spectra from a catalog, and also you can upload your own spectrum if you wish. Consider that you want to observe with IFU an object which is already observed with Spitzer. You could use this Spitzer spectrum in order to get your determination of signal-to-noise ratio and exposure time calculations. Of course, you can renormalize this spectra at a certain wavelength, at a certain bandpass, and many options about the bandpass that you can use, and also without normalization. And you can also add emission lines to this spectrum. For that, you can select the strength, the velocity of the lines, etc. As we've seen, a lot of configurations for James Webb. This ETC covers all of them. So you need to select the instrumental mode, how you select your background. Either you should put always the position of the object you want to observe. You can give the date if it's your observation is going to be time constrained. If not, there is several levels that you can choose. James Webb people recommend to use the highest levels in order to have the more conservative numbers for your exposure time and signal-to-noise ratio. Then filters and gratings, also detector setup. This strongly depends on the instrumental mode that you get. So once you select your instrumental mode, each of them is going to show you a different detector setup. For instance, sub-arise readout patterns, or the most important part, which is the one that you are going to play with to change your signal-to-noise ratio, is the groups integration and exposures. Aida already explained you what the difference between these 3. Also about the strategy, I mean not in a pattern, but also where do you compute your signal-to-noise in your simulated scenario. So aperture location, whether you centered in one of the sources that you just simulated, or specify a position in the scene, and also what is the aperture radius that you are going to use in order to determine your signal-to-noise ratio. And this is important if your scenario is very crowded. You have to be very careful in selecting this so you get a realistic signal-to-noise ratio. And then what about the results? When you make all these selections, you get some calculations, and for instance, you can get these plots that give you the signal-to-noise ratio all over the image. Gives you also the electrons per second in the detector, also a map of saturation, and also a map of the groups that you can use before getting the detector saturated. So in the case if it's saturated, what you will see is something like this, and it will give you a warning in the ETC calculations. Also, you have several plots, an aperture flux plot, and also for the background. Also, the signal-to-noise ratio. In this case, it will depend on the wavelength, and also in signal-to-noise ratio versus time to see what is the perfect time to achieve the signal-to-noise that you want. And also, there is a tab about contrast. And also give you reports on the main inputs and outputs that you are going to get from your calculation. For instance, I don't know, the maximum number of groups before saturation is very handy. It gives you also warnings. I don't know if I put here some. An example of a warning will be that your object is partially saturated. Then we'll give you here some information if it's fully saturation or partial saturation. Also errors. In this case, I forced the error to show you that when this happens, errors are when you are doing something completely wrong. You cannot calculate anything. It will not appear any plot. And in this case, I managed to achieve my error just trying to compute signal to noise out of the detector. So this kind of stuff is what gives you an error. And also, you can download the simulated images or data easily from these reports. So, for me, James Webb ETC is a mythological dragon, if that's sixth, of the ETCs. This means that there is a lot of options and you can be lost at some point. I strongly suggest you to check the James Webb Observer YouTube channel to start with. It has like, there are not many, like 6 or 7 videos, but they are very useful and they are quite short, like 3 minutes, 6 minute videos. So in a half an hour, you will see all of them, and they are very useful to start familiarizing yourself with this kind of stuff. And you can access them from the main James Webb ETC webpage. This is how it looks, our webpage, that webpage. And you can click there. It will go to the videos that are associated to the exposure time calculator directly. You can also, of course, go to the documentation. Here, there's another button where you can click and go directly to the James Webb exposure time calculator overview. So my experience is learn to use ETC can take time, but it's a lot of fun. I hope I will convince you about that. The time invested probably depends on your ability with online tools and how good is your knowledge of the James Webb instrumental modes. For me, it took just a day or so to get to know how it works. However, it took much more time to have the feeling that you really have a control on everything that you can change in order to get your exposure time. So at some point, you get the feeling that you got an exposure time, but you are not sure if it is if that is the best option. No, it takes time because there are so many options that you can change. So, and just put as a final one that for me that the interface was so cool that I spent a lot of time, probably not needed, playing and playing. So let's focus on that we have the purpose to compute a signal to noise ratio and demonstrate feasibility, and stop when you do that. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions about theory for ETC right now. And from now on, I will just move to the ETC and start to play with you with it. So for me now, you can ask questions whenever you want. They can be in Spanish or in English. But considering I'm quite tired, maybe we could decide which language we want to speak, because it takes me a lot of effort is to change language every 2 minutes. So if you prefer Spanish, it's fine for me. If you prefer English, which language do you prefer? options.
What do you mean by groups? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because it's very important in the case of ETC, no? So groups are these short segments inside of an integration. Okay, these short groups within an integration, and the exposure time is a number of integrations. So it doesn't stop counting, it sum up the next group.
See, the readout is not destructive, which is the key that we haven't said.
Aquí en la pantalla ya la tienes toda, ¿no? Exacto, de hecho ya la tienes así. Ya la tengo. Excelente.
It's group of friends, yeah.
Right. Ya más pones el sonido allá y ya nos desconectamos de allá.
¿Estamos escuchando algún micrófono? No sé si hay preguntas.
So what I'm gonna simulate is something like this, not exactly, of course, much more simple, but the exposure time requested to observe a pair of galaxies with mini imaging mode. This is because it's one of the easiest example. One of the examples is gonna be point like and host an agent. And the other one is because it's my field. The other one is an edge on normal galaxy. The angle separation between the two of them is 1 arcsecond, and with both with the integrated flux of 1 millijoules hit at 12 microns. That's my idea of the scenario that I want to simulate. So let's defeat the dragon.
What's the exposure time of each single frame?
So there was a question where they asked about what is the exposure time of a single frame.
This I don't remember it. I have read it somewhere,
yeah,
but I don't remember. Do you remember the number? Time of a single frame?
It depends on your signal.
It's not fixed.
No frame.
Because it should depend on the detector itself. Because you are stacking.
So probably depends on the instrument, no?
It depends on the instrument and the readout mode. It depends on a lot of things.
Configurations, yeah.
Yes. So it will give you.
But it's not something that you can
one
select.
Group, yeah.
So it's already settled. No, it's not something that you can select.
Because for the coronographic stage,
Ah.
what you need is very short exposure times. So you can get to work this coronographic.
But normally in all this, there is a minimum number of groups that you can choose. Depends on the mode.
But also, for example, for time series observations, there is no, you don't have groups. You just have one frame
by
one
each time.
measurement. So it really depends on the mode and observing strategy that you're using. And that depends on what is the readout mode that you're choosing for your instrument. So not only the instrument, it's a lot of things. But the ETC has everything. And Omaira will show you.
Hopefully. So let's go to the web page. All of you, please. I'm going to sit because this is going to take a lot of effort. This is what I wrote, everything that I need to explain you this. So this is how it looks like, the ETC exposure time calculator James Webb. In James Webb, it has this news and help that I was showing you and a README below. The important part is on the top part, where you can do a quick start, and it's going to help you to go through the details. You can also create a user. I'm not going to do that because all of us already have a user, right? Well, so we are going to go and log in. I'll do it in a minute. If any of you don't have a user, you can tell me, and you can work anonymously. The difference is that you cannot save anything as soon as you finish your session, it's going to delete everything. So login is the ideal way to do it. So let's click on login. I speak fast and I move fast in computers, so please stop me. My students are already laughing. So I have several accounts, as you can see. I have created this one from the email that we were using for this conference. My idea is that I can help you as much as possible with the ETC, as long as it's not the week before the deadline. Or 2 weeks before the deadline. As I am going to show you at the end of this presentation, you can share your workbook with me. So my idea is that you can send this, you can share with this email, and I can give you a hand on your calculations if you want. And my students are laughing already because I have many things to do. Okay, so click on login. It gives you this window that says just click on proceed. And then it's the main entrance of this monster, which gives you a top panel. I will talk about the bottom panel later at the end if I have time. Let's talk about the top panel. It gives you, it's going to give you the list of workbooks. What is a workbook? Is everything that you want to calculate. It can be inside of a workbook. I will suggest you to order, to have a different workbook for every proposal, or if you have several objects, it could also be useful to have a workbook for every object. No? It depends on how you want to work. It has three options here. Create a new workbook. Let's click on it. Okay. And also you can have open examples here of particular options like MIDI imaging or MRS, MIDI, and mini spec at the same time, this kind of stuff. Also, examples of science program workbooks. Here you have the list. Let's click on them. One here. Sometimes takes time to show up. Don't click several times. And let's open this one. As long as you open, create a new workbook, which is the one that we are gonna use, the others I don't mind. It's just to show you how it works. No? So this table has several columns, as you see. The first one is the ID of the workbook. This is very important because this is what the APT is gonna ask you. James Webb has eyes everywhere, so it wants to see your exposure time calculations. It's not that I put anything that I have in mind in APT and go for it. It's gonna ask you where is your calculation in ETC, so it's mandatory to do these ETC calculations. And for that, this number is the key. Then the name of your calculations, if it's a new one, it's going to say new workbook. And then this column, it tells you which version of the ETC you are using. This has moved fast. If it says nothing, which is the case for all of you right now, it's because you are using the latest option, latest version. But it's strongly suggested to recalculate everything if there is a new version of ETC, because they are always recalibrating everything. No? This is the column where you load or open your workbook. You can also add a description. And you can also, at this last column, you have several options. One is to copy. Let's copy one of these. Just click on copy. Again, it takes time, but it will show you another row saying copy of this one with a new number. Okay? And also you can remove, let's remove almost everything. And you press OK. for each of them, except the first one, the new workbook that I'm gonna use in a second. So let's open this new workbook. Click on load. And this is how it looks. It is open in a new tab, and I'm gonna show you both of them in a minute. The top panel is for a description of your calculations. The second panel is the second part is where you do the calculation and the scenario, and then there is a third part where you do where you see the results, images, plots, and reports. No, and I'm having the same problem. Huh? And in the bottom panel, what you see is notes. These are useful because, as I said, an option is to share these these workbooks. And it will be useful if you put everything that you have in mind in these notes. So your colleague, for instance, can tell what are your restrictions or what you had in mind when you did these calculations. I'm having the same problem, which probably is that there is no cable. No, well, probably the problem is not our connection. It's also that we are trying to access to ETC all of us at the same time. Yeah. So this is gonna be a big issue. So to continue my talk. Well, for me, it works to reload the web page. So first thing that we want to do is to give a name to this workbook. So let's call it Galaxy Pair Master Class Mexico. Oh, sorry. There are things that I don't know why they happen. One thing is that when you start writing here, at some point it gives you to the end to the notes. This is probably because nobody has said so. And you can also write a description. If you go to the other tab, you can see that as soon as you change it here, it's going to change here. No? Let's change here also something like MIDI imaging of Galaxy Pair. And again, it's going to be changing here when it's, there you are. So the next step will be to define your scenario. Are we already prepared for that? I strongly suggest to define the scenario as much as possible before start to make calculations, because if there is calculation in this tab and you start changing the scenario, every time it's going to recalculate everything for all your calculations. So it's easier to define the scenario, and this takes time and slow down everything. No? So it's better if you go to the scenes and sources first. Are we there? What you are seeing here is the different tabs, these different panels. The first one is for the scene. The second one is for the sources within the scene. And the third one is to manipulate and change everything in these scenes. So you can have one or several scenes. In order to add one, is just clicking on New. As you see, there is a star there. It says which is the default scenario. that's going to be used in the other one, but you can also change it in the calculation part. You can also remove one. In order to do that, you have to select. Every time you select something, it's going to show up in yellow. So click on scene 2, because I'm not going to put several of them, just one, and delete. You can also do the same for the sources. In this case, because it's a galaxy pair, we need 2. So in this case, just add 1 and do not remove it. I don't think it's that. I think it's the ETC itself. I need new source is in the panel of source. Select a source, add new. Give me a second so I connect myself. Okay. The next thing is to link the scene to the source, or the source to the scene. This is something that you can see in two ways. Oh, what happened now? Okay. This is something that you can see in 2 ways. One is having look into this column, which says that the source 1 is associated to the scene 1. It also says in the opposite, in the other panel, it says that the scene 1 is associated to the source 1. And as you can see, because we just created it, this source is not associated to anything. So when you click on the scene, it will show you in green which is the source that is associated to that scene. Okay? So right now you only have this one, but not this one. So when you click on this one, it's going to be shown in green and yellow, because it says this is the one you are selecting, and it's also linked to the scene that you have selected. I hope I have explained myself. In order to link them, you just click on the source. Please do that. And click on the button Add Source. And when you do that, now both are green. Clear? Next step will be to change the source, because right now when you add a new workbook, this is how it looks. It's going to show you this is the sketch of your scene, and they are just 2 point-like sources, one on top of the other. So it's time to change everything, no? And let's start by the IDs, the identification of these scene and sources. Remember that you have 2 things. In ETC, you have always to click on what you want to select and then change everything, because it looks the same, but you have one for each one, no? And the other thing is that you have to save everything. Each time that you change something, you have to change it, save it here. So you click on the first one, and let's give it a name to the scene that is selected. Let's put Galaxy Pair. And as soon as you save it, it's going to show Galaxy Pair there, the name. Another thing that you can do is to put a name to the sources. This is useful to do not mix scenarios. So for the first one, let's put this is the agent, and click Save. And then click on the other source, and let's put as you see, the scene has the same name because we only have the scene. The other one is H on Galaxy, and click Save. So far, so good, I hope.
So far, so good. Oh, you can say.
Let's move to the Continuum tab. It's next to the ID tab. And here they start the options. you can select, upload a file, and it will appear here. Let's don't do. You are not gonna do that because I never send you any the file itself. But I want to show you how it works. If you click on Upload Spectra, then you choose a file here. Pluto is the example that the James Webb people gave to Aida when she went to the workshop. So that's what I want to use. And then click on Upload. It says it's successfully upload, the name of the file, and also it always assumes the wavelength is in microns and the flux is in millijanskis. Okay, what you have to do is to choose file. It's gonna open. Okay. This is just to show you how it works, and you can. This table is gonna. You can put several of these files in here as much as you wish, and when you click on it, well, it says an identification, the name of the file, the minimum wavelength, maximum wavelength, and also nodes. In order to change the nodes, you just write here. You always have to click on the file first. And click Save, and they will appear here. When you have already done that, then automatically you have this to be uploaded. So you can choose here uploaded file, and it will use this one. This is, of course, not our interest, but you can save this because it's useful to see that now that you see a spectrum here. Of course, because my plan is to do galaxies, not Pluto. Let's go for another option, which is the options that are already available within ETC, either analytic spectra like flat, power law, on black body, also stellar spectra, Phoenix stellar models or HST standard stars, and also galaxy stars spectra from Brown and College 2014. Let's click on this one because are the galaxies. And in the bottom tab, you're going to see a lot of options. So this is why I have this. I'm right now changing the options for the Age on Galaxy, as you see. So for the Age on Galaxy, the one goes perfectly well for this session is NGC 337. Let's click on that and save. So that is going to change your spectrum. And also you can put the redshift of the source. As for this session, I didn't put anything. Well, let's put 0.01. It won't affect. The position? The position of the spectrum? I'm sorry. You select here in Select, and then go to this tab, Galaxy Spectra from Brown. Okay. So, well, don't put it high because it will move away from the window and it won't work, but 0.01, I hope is fine. Always click on Save, and then there is, you have to click the other one. Do the same, select Galaxy Spectra from Brown. And now our favorite spectrum is going to be NGC 4725. Is it cipher 2? 4725, which is an alien. It's a cipher 2. Again, let's assume it's the same distance, yeah? And click Save. Now you see the other spectrum of the other source. In order to see both of them, you have to click here, where it says plots. You click both of them, and you will see this. If you click in both of them, you should see both of them below. Unless you haven't changed one of them, because the default is a flat spectrum, which is a line. This is probably what is happening to you. 4725, no, that's the AGN. AGN is going to be NGC 337. So you should be seeing this. That you can also play a little bit with it. You can put the log scale to the plot. Clic, apuntas en los dos en el plot, aquí arriba. Porque normalmente aparece, si cliqueas aquí, solamente va a aparecer uno u otro. Para ver los dos tendrás que cliquear acá. ¿Ok? You can change... You can change to log scale here. Don't forget to say apply. Yell if you cannot follow, because I'm going to move to the next tab. As you can see, there is a lot of tabs I have to cover. So renorm. This is the panel where you do renormalization of your spectra.
One question.
Ajá.
En español, ¿verdad?
Sí, dale.
Había una manera de poner positional offsets para que en el sketch salieran juntas, en el caso de que tenga, digamos, una fuente extendida que medio toca la otra y ese tipo de cosas.
Sí, lo voy a enseñar. De hecho, mira, acá aparecen offset. Eso hace justamente eso.
Ok, sí, gracias.
Perfecto, te voy a enseñar eso seguro. Let's go for renormalization. Plenty of options here too. So you can renormalize at certain wavelength. This is what we are going to do in a minute. And you can also renormalize at a certain bandpass. You can select here, well, in all of them, you can select the units. Among the bandpass, you can choose James Webb instruments. If you select one of them here, everything is going to change here, and then it will show you all the filters. You can also select HST, any of the cameras, and then it will change everything here, all the filters, everything is there. And you know, this tab has also a scroll down, which is a bit hard to see, but you can go up and down. And it's a bit confusing, but sometimes you don't see the options here. If you scroll down, you can also click on other, and as I said at the beginning, even use the Spitzer filters. There they are. Or do not renormalize. Why is useful do not renormalize? If you upload your own spectrum, no, of the source, then you don't want to do anything. Let's play a bit with this. Normalize at a wavelength. Click on that, please. I'm gonna put, 12 microns. Click Save. And now I'm gonna say 1 millijansky. If you remember, that was one of the inputs that I was giving you at the beginning of this Hanon session. My objects both are 1 millijansky at 12 microns. So I click Save. And I do the same for the other source. So 12 micron. It's useful to click Save each time. And it doesn't take time, so. If not, funny stuff start to happen. So now, these are the two spectra, which are normalized at 12 microns, around here. And it's 1 millijansky for each of them. So now we have the two sources with the right flags, but definitely not the right scenario, no? Another thing that you can do is to add lines. I'm going to show you how to do that. Move to the tab that says lines. You click here, you put here a name, sulfur 4, because mid-infrared. I know this is at 10.5 microns. Donna, he's laughing. It has 100 kilometers per second of width. And let's put a strength of... you have to click on add this line here. And when you do this, it is in a list below. And now you can click on save. And the line will show up here, as you can clearly see. I have added it in the agent. You could do it in the other source if you wish. If I want to change this line, I have to click on it and do the change that I want. For instance, change the strength of the line and click on update and then click on save. And now the line is much fainter. And you can add as many lines as you wish. This is a lot of fun, as I said. You can invent anything. Reload. Irene, perdón, Erika, dale a reload. Con el cable funcionó para mí, ha mejorado. Are we ready? Add. Next up is shape. Well, the agent is a point-like, and this is the default scenario when you add a source, so that's fine. For the other one, definitely no. So this is a galaxy. We're supposed to be simulating an edge-on galaxy. So let's click on extended. When you do this, several options appear. Doesn't matter the line. Don't worry. It gives you several options of the shape, flat, Celsic, power law of the distribution. Let's leave it like that. You can also change from integrated flux to surface brightness for your choice of the normalization. In this case, we assume integrated flux. And you can change, here's where you could change the shape. This is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. So now, if you go to the sketch, this is how it looks like. There are two sources. One is point-like, the other one is extended. You can change this. I will say we can make it a bit more similar to something elongated. Click on save. And as you see, this is start to be similar with what we want to do. Not yet, but on the way. The point is that here it looks like the two galaxies are colliding or something, which is not our scenario. So that's why, as Roberto said, we need offsets. I told you the two galaxies are separated by one arcsec. You need to go to the tab of offsets and set one arcsec in both x and y axis. For which one? I'm sorry, true. I would prefer for the for the edge-on galaxy. I'm fine. So this is now our scenario, which is much better, but a bit unrealistic the way it is placed. So let's change also the orientation. and click on save. And this is our scenario. Menos 30, minus 30. This is what I put. So this is now our scenario, which is realistic in the sense of morphology and also in the sense of fluxes. I don't know if how I'm in time, but let's go fast to calculations. Now that we have the scenario, what we wanted to compute is the simulation of our instrumental mode. And this is where we're supposed to do that. Click on calculations, and there are 4 tabs here, 1 for each instrument. As you can see, a lot of options for each of them. What you have to do is to go to MIRI, because we're supposed to do imaging with MIRI. You click on imaging, and it's going to do the first calculation. What you are seeing here is now the ID of your calculation. As if you ask to help desk about this, you should give the identification of the workbook and also the identification of the calculation, because you can add as much as you wish here. I will show you at the end how to add, remove, copy, or expand, which is another term. So now, if you click on it, you start to see results in the bottom panel. This is how it looks, the 2D signal-to-noise ratio. If you click on detector, this is how it looks. And then you click on saturation, and you start to see where the problem is. This is saying to you that there is a saturation in our calculations. Also, this tab, I found it very useful because it gives you the number of groups that, the maximum number of groups that you can do, that you can put before saturate the detector. So if you move inside of the image, you will see this number changing. The next tab is aperture flux, background flux, signal-to-noise ratio that you achieve, signal-to-noise ratio over time. I will show you why this is important, and this has nothing to do with MIRI imaging. And then in the reports, you see, I'm sorry? No, this is by default. I will show you. We are going to change everything now. It's just by default what is when you add one of these calculations. So this is the report that I was showing you at the beginning. It gives you a lot of information. It says that the maximum number of groups before saturation is 22. This is a number to remember. Also, this is the warning that says that you have 5 pixels saturated. This is partial saturation. It doesn't give you an error because we haven't done anything to make it wrong yet. And also, as I said, you can download the data. This is how it works. And on the bottom panel, you can add notes. So it is this line has several columns. This tab gives you the opportunity to show or do not show plots. So if you remove this, nothing is going to appear here. In order to see something here, because it has to be for a single calculation, you need to click on it and put it in yellow. And then there is information on the mode. Then is information on the wavelength. The scenario that we are using, there is only one, so that's why. The exposure time that is calculated, the signal to noise that is calculated, and then this flag, which is useful because it can be green, which is the best that can happen to you. It can be red, which is wrong because it's going to be an error. And it can be like this one, warning, that is telling to you that there is something that is not very good for your calculations. In this case, as we were seeing, is the saturation. So the first thing that I suggest you to do is to change the strategy. Why is that? Because essentially, the numbers that you are going to show you here on the signal-to-noise ratio depends on how you can compute your signal-to-noise ratio. Where do you compute your signal-to-noise ratio? So this part is where you can change that. So you can center it at any of the sources that you have defined. Let's leave it like that, or change it to the H on Galaxy, doesn't matter. Well, let's leave it in the agent, because it's what I did yesterday or 2 days ago. But you can also define an offset, and this is good if you want to check the signal-to-noise of an extended emission. No, if you are not, you want to see how is the signal-to-noise in the outskirts of a galaxy or something like that. And you can also change the aperture where you select the source. And this, as I said, is good if you have a crowded scenario. You want to select an aperture that is optimized to do not include other additional sources. And then you can change in this case, not in all of them, but in the imaging of MIDI, you can change the background annulus. Let's do that because it gives you also warnings. For instance, if you select it very, like, let's say, very small and calculate, when you click calculate, it starts something like this, which is telling you to wait and get a different calculation. And it gives you warnings saying that the background region is smaller than the source extraction. This can affect your signal-to-noise ratio. So it's always good to check these warnings. Which option?
You need to change the option to specify offset, because you choose center of source.
This is what I wanted to do. No, I don't want to specify anything. No, that's fine. So after you select your, this is an error. This is something else I wanted to show you. This cannot overlap, of course. So when you do that, then you get an error. This is how it looks here, and this is how you get the message here. So that's for the strategy. Another thing that you have to do is to go to the background tab. No, let's change the problem with the detector. Yeah, let's start with that. No, so your object is saturated, and as I said, the maximum number of loops that you can do is 20, but the default number is 100, and that's the problem. No? So if you change in the detector setup 20, and then you recalculate, then it's green. And this doesn't mean that this is the number that you have to put. It's just this is the maximum number of loops that you can put in this particular case of filters and configurations. Okay, it depends on the signal-to-noise ratio that you want. You can change other things in order to improve that. So the next step I want to show you is the background. You always have to put here the coordinates of your object, and then if your object is time constrained, then you can click on here and give the dates where you are going to observe. If no, you can just click on the levels of backgrounds. In order to be conservative, it's good to click on high and calculate. Instrumental setup. Here's where you change, depending on the mode, you change the filters. In this case, it gives you the list of filters. Let's put this one just as an example. I will go back to the other one after that. And it changed everything. It changed also here how it looks, because it's another filter. No? Go back to the filters that we had. And what else I wanted to show you? Well, the ideal way to select your best grouping and integration is to expand. In order to expand, what you have to do is to click on the calculations and click on top, on the very top panel, expand option. And what you are going to see is something like this, which says which is the starting value for your grouping. Let's say it's going to be, this is another number that I had here, 10, and the steps of 10, and the iteration of 10, 10, 10, 10, because we are 10 people. It works. And then you click on submit, and it's gonna send all your calculations changing that number. So let's have a look to it. If you go click on the detector setup, because this is what we are changing, it starts from 10, 20, 30, 40, and so on. So a useful thing to do is to click on this little button and press all. And now what you are going to see is here in the plots, all the numbers that you see here in a single plot. So this is how the signal to noise ratio changes over the time by increasing groupings. No? Of course, the problem here is that only 3 of them are useful. The next one is saturated. So if you click on top of it, you can see which are. Anything above calculation number 4 and 4, which is here, is saturated. So you don't want that. But let's continue exploring this. If you click on the second one, and also expand, but now I want to expand integrations instead of groups. And now what I'm going to do is the starting value is going to be 1, the step size 1, and now the iteration is going to be 10, 1, 1, 10 is the numbers, are the magical numbers. You submit that, another 10 calculations. The difference here is when you add more integration, it doesn't saturate, no? So if you click again on all, this is the point I want to show you. This is the curve that I was showing you before, increasing groups, and this is the curve of increasing integrations. So increasing groups gets a signal to noise faster with a less amount of time, but saturates at some point. Increasing groups increasing integrations goes slower, but it doesn't affect saturation. So that's your more or less the idea of choosing one or the other, among other things that you have to have in mind depending on the mode. And for that, go to the JDox documentation. So more things that you can do. Let's click on unclick at least one of them. Let's unclick the first one. And in the edit options, you can copy, delete, or whatever you want. In this case, we want to delete market calculations. You can also, if you click on the delete calculation, it's going to delete the one that you have which is yellow. The one is yellow. But in this case, it will remove everything but the one we do not mark. So back to the initial one. Another thing that you can do is to expand filters. It will expand all the filters that MIDI imaging can do. And as you can see, many of them we are okay. In one of them, we have a warning which says saturation. In this case, if you want to observe in this filter, you should change the setup options. Mainly groups, integrations, and exposures. And it's like a mystery to me how to select this. And it's what the people from Jen's website is a trade-off thing. No? So if you go back, just my last thing that I want to share with you is that if you go back to the other tab where you had the list of workbooks, you can also share the workbook. In order to do that, you click here on your workbook, and in the bottom panel, you just give it an email. So let's put my own email. What time is it? I'm late. So it adds a line saying that I'm now allowed to read. You can also add to be allowed to write, but it's not encouraged by the James Webb people. What they want to you to do is the following, because I'm also. I also have the password for that. You can go to the I can go and log in with my own account to show you what happened if you share this workbook. Proceed. And now you are going to see a huge amount of workbooks because I started this 2016, so I had time to learn this ETC. In the last one, it's going to be the masterclass we just did. What you should do is to, as you see, there is only there is only the option of reading. You should copy it. And when you copy it, you can change everything. Do not give permission to write because it is not clear how it will deal with it if both people are doing the same thing at the same time. No? Another thing, just because I'm here, is the number of versions that are available. So that's why it gives you an out-of-date column to tell you that all these calculations should be repeated. And that's all by my side. If you have any further question.
Bueno, entonces, una preguntita sobre, bueno, desde el principio, de hecho. Ahí. Desde el principio, cuando tenemos los scene and source.
Okay.
Ponemos, bueno, seleccionamos el scene, seleccionamos la fuente o las fuentes. Después de lo que sigue, tenemos en Source Editor, ID, Continuum, etcétera, etcétera. Todos estos tienen que ser rellenados dependiendo de lo que uno quiera hacer.
En realidad no, va a poner un nombre por defecto, pero son muy útiles. Fíjate que yo estaba definiendo el escenario. Una va a ser una cosa puntual, la otra una cosa extendida. Si le pones un nombre que te ayude a diferenciarlo, va a ayudar mucho porque en varias pestañas vas a estar haciendo cosas distintas, ¿no? Una fuente va a tener un flujo, otra va a tener otro flujo, entonces si le pones un nombre que te ayude a diferenciarlas, yo creo que es útil.
Pero mi pregunta era más de lo que hay que hacer, es decir, que hay que rellenar el ID, hay que dar algo para el continuum, hay que dar algo para el ritmo.
Todo va a estar relleno por defecto, pero el defecto, por ejemplo, para el continuo va a ser un continuo plano, que no sé qué particular caso es útil, no en los míos, ¿no? Entonces, creo que tienes que pasar por, especialmente por la fuente, tienes que pasar por todos estos.
Por todos. Sí. En lo mismo para calculation. Tenemos background, instrument setup, todos esos también son pestañas que hay que rellenar. Todas son pestañas
necesarias. No fui por la escena, por ejemplo, porque esto repite lo que aparece acá.
Ok.
Entonces, uno podría modificar estas cosas a la vez que está calculando, ¿no?
Ok, pero todas las demás sí.
Lo que yo sugiero es que no lo hagan mucho porque imagínense que yo voy aquí y le digo que ahora en lugar de a 12 micras es a 13 micras, entonces pongo recalcular y va a recalcular todo. Cualquier cosa que modifique de la escena va a recalcular todo. Ahora no lo hace, pero verían cómo modifica toda la... No lo hace por culpa de la conexión. Ahí está, ¿no? Y esto, como son ya 15 cálculos, va a tomar tiempo. Entonces, si modificas la escena cada vez, es mucho mejor tener nuestra escena ya bien definida al principio y luego empezar a hacer cálculos. Esa es mi sugerencia.
Ok, gracias.
¿No hay la opción de meter un model image? O mejor aún, si tengo un model cube con información de longitud de onda y ya dárselo y que me calcule los mapas de signal to noise y eso. ¿No hay esa opción?
Yo no la he visto en ningún lado. Y de hecho, creo recordar que en algún sitio me dijeron que iba a estar.
Entonces,
Pero
a lo mejor hay planes, ¿no?
Igual hay planes, pero
Ok, ya.
creo que en algún momento yo he escuchado en una plática que había planes de eso. Pero yo creo que ya es suficientemente complejo para hacer un cálculo que debería ser simple.
En Ensenada o el INAOE o Morelia, ¿tienen preguntas?
Acá en Morelia una pregunta. ¿Sí me escucho?
Sí, Ulises.
Okay. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre grupos por integración por exposición y esas tres? ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre las tres?
¿Estás viendo la pantalla, verdad?
Sí.
Ok, pues los grupos están dentro de las integraciones y uno no deja de contabilizar cuentas, simplemente va sumando. Cuando termina un tiempo de integración, se hace un reset del detector y se comienza de nuevo.
Ok.
Y la exposición es el total de las integraciones que se hacen.
Okay.
Es un poco difícil, pero es la manera del infrarrojo. Lo que pasa que tengo una queja de que andan cambiándole los nombres a las cosas, lo cual no simplifica, ¿no? Porque en Canary Cam, por ejemplo, son safe sets, ¿no? Eso no ayuda a entender, ¿no? Pero en el infrarrojo necesitamos hacer eso, ¿no?
Pero el readout, ¿en qué punto se hace? ¿Se hace cada grupo o cada...?
El readout se hace al final de cada integración, por eso toma más tiempo añadir más integraciones, porque toma tiempo para leer, mientras que aquí simplemente se va sumando. Esa es una de las claves, ¿no?
Ok, gracias.
Pero por eso que se hace el readout aquí, eso significa que empezamos de cero, digamos, y ya no satura. Esa es la ventaja.
Sí. Sí. ¿Y los skip por qué se producen?
No tengo... bueno, no... Hay skips que se hacen también por rayos cósmicos, etcétera, automáticamente, eso sí lo sé.
O sea, que es una cosa que
Se hace
que está fuera de
automática por
control.
el satélite. No.
Pero, por ejemplo, para time series observations no hay
skips.
es un group, un exposure, o sea, cada medición es una...
Yo creo que está relacionado con ¿para qué bajar del satélite cosas que no vas a utilizar? Entonces, si hay un cosmic ray, lo útil sería eliminarlo desde el satélite y no descargar los datos.
Ok, entonces se va acumulando la carga hasta antes de que pegue el cosmic ray, la guardas para calcular tu tasa a la que llegan los fotones y después del cosmic ray, esos no, los desechas.
Exacto. Y se desechan automáticamente en el satélite. La idea es que tienes que descargar muchos datos.
No te esperas a que se cargue todo para leer, como en un CCD, sino que vas leyendo conforme se va acumulando la... Ajá. Sí.
Ulises, ¿quedó claro?
Si lees los documentos, vas a ver cómo hacer una gráfica del nivel de tus grupos y cuando llega el Cosmic Ray, obviamente eso se va hasta arriba. Entonces te das cuenta en qué grupo sucedió eso. Y a partir de ahí desechas.
Gracias.
¿Perdón? Lo graba todo y puedes leer detalles en el JDox. No sé más que lo que te dije. Les recomiendo que lean, que hagan gráficas.
Sí que hay toda una serie de documentos sobre los readouts.
Yo
y
creo que
esos.
cuenta las cuentas del frame. Bueno, no. No. Ah, y si pones un threshold, no, nada funciona.
Hola.
Lee hasta cierto punto y graba y sigue leyendo y graba y sigue leyendo y luego puedes mirar, y los grupos tienen frames que se hace un promedio de ellos y entonces eso te produce un grupo, ¿ok? Y luego, sí. Sí.
Usen el micrófono porque en las otras sedes no se enteran de las preguntas y puede ser útil para no repetirlas.
Sí. Okay.
Hola. Acá en el INAO hay preguntas.
¿Sí?
En el INAO hay preguntas.
Dime.
¿En qué momento de la adquisición se genera una imagen? ¿Esa? Que si es por grupo o si es por exposición.
No, es al final de la exposición, sí.
Es al final de la exposición. Y yo tengo una duda. ¿Qué significa el fuera de fecha?
Ah, sí. ¿Dónde estaba esto de la fuera de fecha en mi esto? ¿Verdad?
Cuando
Sí.
se define.
Aquí. Ok, aquí se ve muy bien lo que significa fuera de fecha. Tiene que ver con la versión del el calculador de tiempos. Y es que como andan recalibrando todo, y de hecho cuando lo empiecen a operar, pues lo volverán a recalibrar, y los satélites se recalibran continuamente debido a que van perdiendo calidad, etcétera. Entonces es importante saber cuándo hicimos este cálculo, con qué versión del calculador de tiempo, porque a nada que sea una versión, a nada que ponga algo que no sea dejarlo libre como aparece acá, a nada que ponga un tipo de versión, se recomienda recalcular para tener la mejor estimación de tu tiempo.
Ah, ok. Entonces, bueno. Gracias.
Ahora creo que sí, en algún momento no se podía. Ahora es posible que sí, no lo he hecho. Pero en algún momento te pedía Working Law. Creo que sí. Si no te aparece nada es porque estás usando la actual. Solo va a aparecer algo en esa columna si es básicamente para no tener que decirte en qué versión estás, ¿no? 1.5.1 por si lo quieres saber. Pero van a lanzar una nueva, así que doesn't matter.
Y antes de la
de hecho,
fecha límite de las propuestas van a lanzar una nueva, así que cualquier cosa que vayan haciendo lo van a tener que recalcular.
Si es vieja dice read only, así que lo que habría que hacer es copiarla y recalcular. Ok. Se fue. Sí, es que íbamos bien al principio, pero...
Bueno, es que la parte práctica nos ha tomado un poco más de lo que habíamos planeado. Entonces, si no hay más preguntas en las otras sedes y en aquí, pues vamos a hacer la pausa para comer. Nos vemos de regreso a las 3:30 y vamos a hacer la práctica de EPT entonces, que estaba antes de la comida, y vemos cómo podemos
acomodar.
Sí, acomodar un poco.
Está bien, ¿no? Y recortarle a la que todavía no...
Y recortar la de Mosaicking, yo creo que es más importante pasar más tiempo en el PT.
Sí, es que ya te pasaste, pero yo ya preveía pasarme un montón, entonces tenía el plan de mirar el reloj para pararme donde sea.
No, pero al final creo que esto es lo más importante. Y entonces...
¿Se va a cerrar, verdad, Gina?